Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
You know what they say, human seed, human do.
The dear departed once said to me, I never met an ape I didn't like.
Look, it's a man.
In heaven's name, get rid of that creature!
Take your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty ape!
He can talk. He can talk, 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 he can talk.
I can sing!
Ooh, help me, Dr. Zayas.
Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Dr. Zayas, Dr. Zayas. Oh, Dr. Zayas.
If man was superior, why didn't he survive? You did it. You cut up his brain, you bloody baboon! What I know of man was written long ago, set down by the greatest ape of all, our lawgiver. You maniacs! You blew it up! Oh, damn you! God damn you all to hell!
20th Century Fox wants you to go ape.
Hello and welcome to Overlapping Dialogue, a podcast of audio commentaries dedicated to discussing cinema that fascinates us, and the way we hope fascinates you. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are, back for our 28th episode overall, and our 8th, count that, 8 episodes on the Planet of the Apes franchise, our trek through the Forbidden Zone. And in this 8th episode, we're tackling the second, so listen, do some math here. In our 28th episode overall, 8 episode on apes, this is our second episode of the second reboot iteration of the Ape franchise. Mm-hmm. You following so far? This one is Dawn of the Planet of the Apes from 2014. Mm-hmm. And so we're nearing the end of our Ape Spectacular, our Apeganza, if you will. And again, this was a franchise that, as you heard in the intro, that once dared ask us to go ape. Yeah. And we've been ape for a while, and that journey is nearing its end.
It's going to be interesting to transition back to real life, after real movie. I don't want to say real movies because I love these, but it's just like, okay, right, moving on.
Yeah, but it's just ironic, too, because, I don't know if ironic's the word. It's something ironical, ironicated. That, we spend so much of our daily, weekly time watching plenty of other movies that have nothing to do with these ape movies. And we're actually going to be talking about some of those here in a bit as well. And to that end, we're actually going to start a brand new segment. And in many ways, it's a recurring thing we've been doing because we like to, we love talking about the movies that were, that are the subject of our podcast. But we also like talking about either topics or other films that we've seen in the interim week period.
Yeah.
And a new segment we're going to call the Blue Plate.
Whoa.
Excuse me. Whoa. The Blue Plate.
The Blue Plate Special.
There you go. The Blue Plate Special.
Hi, Audrey.
Norma, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure. I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants the large pepperoni? Coming up! And as you can see, I mean, it's chaotic in the kitchen, so you can understand why I'm getting.
We were trying to get him, calm down. I was like swinging my arms, and so.
And we thought it was a good name because, as if you Google Blue Plate Special, Blue Plate Special is a low price meal that usually changes daily. And indeed, you are paying no price to listen to this podcast, nor will you ever. And this is going to vary week to week what we decide to talk about.
Yeah.
This first week actually kind of had kind of an unexpected thematic connection, even though I think as we were in the midst of watching some of these, we were thinking about talking about them on here.
Yeah.
But it was an interesting kind of coalescing of some of these films.
Yeah.
And it all involved neo-noir, which is, of course, when I say modern, I mean the last, 50 years or more.
Yeah.
In many ways, like kindling the fire that was once noir of the kind of 40s through the 50s period, but more modern noir. So neo-noir. I mean, there's at this point, what's ironic is that noir is held in such hallowed status, a hallowed status in kind of film culture.
Yeah.
Yet there are by now so many more neo-noirs than there ever were traditional noir films.
Even though they crank movies out like daggum soft serve ice cream back then, but there still are more. Yeah, it's interesting. I've never thought about that.
Well,
way,
let's touch.
Well, I guess what you and maybe, and I think you are right that there have definitely been more neo-noirs and noirs. But even what you mean also is there have been far more movies inspired by noir than there were noir.
Right.
Yeah.
And to the point that there's even more movies inspired by noir, of course, than there are even neo-noirs.
Yes.
Because it's just
right.
And I think the same could be said for westerns. I think as well in that way. But
there have been a lot of westerns made though back then.
There were. Yeah.
Now that was like soft serve, all time, like the machine broke. It was so much. I mean,
and they would often use many of the same sets.
Yeah, and Peckinpah was just
years.
Peckinpah was unhappy with his order, pissed on the machine, and it wouldn't work anymore. So that's what happened. But anyway,
I think we've barely conversationally went by noir here and there.
Yeah,
you might have expressed some of your own frustrations with the genre. Let's start with just noir tradition first before we even get to neo-noir. What about noir works for you and doesn't work for you as far as a film form?
Well, what it can sometimes work as, I think, is... I think at it, there's different modes of noir, as you know. There is the femme fatale movie, which is partly what we're going to be talking about today, one of the movies, anyway. Which
arguably, all three of them have elements of that.
Yeah, I would say that the second one we're going to talk about doesn't as much.
So, yeah.
But... the first one definitely, and the third one, we're gonna keep it in suspense of what movies we're talking about. Let's see how long we can draw it out.
Yeah.
That there's that kind of thing, which there's versions of that like Gilda, the lady from Shanghai, movies like that. Then you have movies like, or even Chinatown to an extent, something like that, which that's a neo-noir.
Yeah.
I have to continually remind myself of that. Because what's weird about that movie, too, is that, well, you know what? No, we're going to talk about Chinatown here in a minute. I'll talk about them when I talk about neo-noir. But with noir, so you have stuff like that, the femme fatale stuff. Then you have the hard-boiled detective thing, like Maltese Falcon, I guess, Big Sleep, all those types of,
your
detective,
right? Take your pick.
Private eye or police detective. That's most of them,
it
seems like. Then you have what's more of my favorite part of the genre, where it's just normal person or normal man or woman gets in situation over their head, but usually it's a case where everybody involved is a scumbag, which is the case of a movie like Detour, which I think is one of the best noirs I've ever seen, and a lot of people say that. But that it isn't so much, because that's my problem with noir ultimately, and I have more negative things to say about it than positive, just because everybody only has positive things to say, so I don't have very much to add to that.
Yeah,
only to detract mostly, but that. With a lot of noir movies, what I don't like about them and mysteries, and I used to really be into this stuff when I was a little bit younger because I thought it was, I mean, these are things, this sounds really insulting, these are things that, like 12-year-olds find sophisticated, right? I mean, this idea of like plots that are way over your head, don't make any sense, are real convoluted, ridiculous, nonsense that people find interesting. I personally don't, at least at this point in my life and my age. I'm only turning 23 this week, so it's not like I'm that old.
So we don't want to say happy birthday.
I didn't mean to
Levi.
Purposeful
when this drops on Friday, you'll have turned 23 on Thursday.
I appreciate it. But I didn't say that just to be like, oh, happy birthday to me.
Yeah.
I was just saying about my age that, and I'll be working on my birthday, be getting allergy shots. Nothing important is going to happen, so it's fine.
Big brother that night, though.
That's true. But also, we might have something else going on that evening too. That is not an obligation, but something that we do every week.
Right.
But anyway, what am I talking about? So basically, what I was saying is at my age now, I do not find noir to be particularly interesting. I find its or good. I find its style to be interesting. I like it in theory, but oftentimes it's very.
It stumbles
reductive.
over its own execution.
Yeah. And I mean,
And I think we had touched on noir, actually, I'm remembering a little bit on our Inherent Vice episode. We've probably talked a little bit more about literary noir, maybe, with that, a neo-noir, should be
because
said.
that in itself is all drawn out of the pulps and comic books, which were around before that. And even Western, dime novel fiction, I feel like really is another random influence for pulp noir. But anyway, I'm not. I know nothing about that. But
I'm not quite down on noir as you. However, my least favorite noirs are often the ones that are the most stereotypically noir. And I say this as someone who thinks the movie is quite good, but something like The Maltese Falcon, I think, is a good example of what most people think of when they think of noir. They think of a detective story.
As far as that,
detective stories in general, I'm growing less and less interested in, specifically as I grow older. And the thing about a lot of noirs, film, fiction, whatever have you, neo-noirs, is that I think what people love about noirs is the atmosphere, is the mood. Yeah. But then as most of these stories go along, the plot has to kind of entrench itself. And you don't get to live in that mood and that atmosphere once, they did it. They were the killer. Or they're the one running things, or they have the money, whatever it is the, MacGuffin. Once the plot gets too involved, then I start to lose interest myself because it thrives so much on atmosphere and mood. I don't think this is that controversial to say. It might be controversial to some. To me, the height of noir, in many ways, the height of film in a lot of ways, is Vertigo. Vertigo was kind of the end result to me of noir, the noir tradition.
Well, that's my favorite movie, so I guess it's funny that my favorite movie is a noir, but it's not that though. Too.
And quote the definitions of noir, and this gets into neo-noir, hashtag noir, is something that is always
hashtag LA Noir, one of my favorite video games. But that's another funny thing.
Is tricky because some people, if it's in color, it's not a noir. There's some people who look at the evolution of films through the 40s and 50s. Yeah. If it's not in color, it's not a noir. Or if it's in color, it's not a noir.
They have a very narrow view of life experience.
So, but to me, what is great about Vertigo is there is a plot, but it thrives so much on the emotion, the camera, the music, the performance. It's all feeling over logic. The whole movie is that whole, and is about the nature of the characters feeling over logic as well. And again, it should be said, Hitchcock made a few movies, Shadow of a Doubt, Strangers on a Train, Rope, that I think that fall into sometimes conventional, sometimes not conventional definitions of what noir is.
I think even a movie like Rear Window is
yeah.
sort of in. It's not exactly. I wouldn't necessarily classify it as noir, but it lives in that tradition of investigation and
Well, that's another thing too. Is Hitchcock thrived in making these like mystery thrillers. That was his textbook type of movie he made. And naturally, a lot of noir elements, traditional noir elements, would undoubtedly find its way into the kind of mystery thriller genre, if you want to call it that. In many ways, that's a spin-off in some ways of noir anyways. And so what neo-noir attempts to do is obviously continue the noir tradition, but of course adopting more contemporary either settings, socio-political ideas, representations of people of color or women is the ideal, I think, of what neo-noir tries to accomplish. You mentioned Chinatown earlier.
Yes.
I think most people hold Chinatown as the apex of neo-noir.
And what I was going to say about that, what's funny about Chinatown, though, it's interesting to me, is that normally we think of noir as a 1940s, 1950s phenomenon, but that's in the late 30s. It doesn't ever make a big deal about that, but I think it is set in the late 1930s of somewhere in there, because it's before World War II.
Yeah, and I think that's another thing too, is that there were some noirs prior to World War II, but a lot of noir is entrenched in the darkness and the cynicism that resulted after the Second World War. I think something like The Third Man kind of really is a great embodiment of that. And so
that's another movie I don't necessarily think of as a noir, but it totally is. But I just don't think of it often because it was made in Europe. And
I mean,
kind
again,
of a little bit
the definitions of noir vary. I've even seen some arguments, some that I don't necessarily totally agree with, but some that are interesting, that Citizen Kane itself is actually a noir film. And it's kind of, and obviously another thing about noir too, and talking about the plot, is usually noirs, neo-noirs, or original noirs, traditional noirs, however you want to call it, are intentionally opaque in their plotting and or views of the world. And so what that means is sometimes obviously noirs or neo-noirs are out of order, non-chronological, and are attempting to communicate to the audience through its plotting the confusion of the characters themselves. But again, I love that feeling, but then when it's like you get to the end of something like The Big Sleep, which is a movie I actually think very highly of. I actually love that movie. But it's almost too cute to say, oh, it doesn't matter who killed so-and-so. It doesn't matter to me as a viewer, but I feel like the filmmakers themselves sometimes are challenged in knowing what that answer is in that specific movie, and sometimes in noirs in general.
Yeah, and I like that movie, but not as much as you, because I'm a very... it's weird, because I don't want to say I'm always this way, but I'm usually a pretty plot-oriented viewer. I'm pretty much like, okay, I need to understand what's happening. I'm not just going to take a ride with something and let it happen. No, like, if a movie doesn't make sense to me, like, if it's something like, if it's a movie like Mother, let's say, or Persona, I'm fine with that, because that's clearly... I guess the difference is, like, with a lot of noirs and mysteries, there's something that needs to be solved.
Yeah.
If that's not made apparent to me what it is, because that's the whole game of the movie, is to do that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that isn't clear, I don't understand what the point of the movie is. But if it's a movie where there's a certain mystery, not everything has to be answered. I'm not being anal about that, But if it's like not, it's this real sweet spot, you know what I mean? But with a lot of those, it's like there's a conclusion and answer that needs to be made.
That's why most of my personally favorite noirs mostly are not detective stories, because the detective story in general is much more plot oriented. Mm-hmm. Who did this? Who is at fault for this? Very explicitly. Something like Detour or even Vertigo. Now, Vertigo is about a character who is essentially a detective and is doing an investigative
But what's
thing,
interesting about that movie is that, like 2/3 of the way through, you realize what it is that happened, and then the rest of the movie, and then that's what's so great about that movie, is it becomes about other things very quickly.
Well, it's all about the answer, and it's like, ooh, will this character figure it out? And it's a sense of dread. He's the master of suspense. It's more about the suspense after the fact than it is about learning the answer, because the answer is given to us very quickly after a certain point. Oh, this is what happened, and then, like I said, like
we keep saying that's what's great about the movie is it doesn't become about the answer so much as how people react to it, rather. And so
I think another thing about neo-noir is it's looking at the noir tradition and it's like retooling it and trying to do a best of sounds like too dismissive of a term, but it's like, okay, because again, you watch a lot of noirs of the 40s and 50s, as good as some of them are, there's a lot of them like that was. I like that it was attempting to take the classic Hollywood style and do something different, but it is not nearly as clean and packaged. In some ways, that's admirable, but in other ways, it can be frustrating in comparison to a lot of other traditional classic Hollywood films. But again, a lot of neo-noirs are like, all right, this is what works, and maybe some things that don't work, and retooling them for the better.
Yeah.
So you mentioned L.A. Noir earlier. That's kind of almost a greatest hits.
That's
of
what I
a
love
lot
about
of noir
that
stories.
as a video game is that it knows it is taking the legacy of noir itself and making a new story out of that. And essentially, like I said, it's the greatest hits of it, like, and actually making an interesting. What I like about that game is that it directly ties this sense of helplessness after World War II of GIs with, crime in Los Angeles and
the
how
undiagnosed post-traumatic stress,
and like just all that. I think that's something.
And then
that
like the
hasn't been
lingering racial resentment towards either the Japanese Americans or German Americans, even, and how that fits in. Yeah.
No, I mean it's politically it's a very politically motivated story, which I find interesting. That most of those were not at the time. So So therefore, now there's movies like that, like the Crimson Kimono, the Samuel Fuller movie, which I'm not really all that into actually. As a fan of him, I don't really. I mean, it was okay, but that at least is interesting, is that it's kind of about some of those things, but as far as race relations at that time, but So as far as neo noirs, I think that overall they're actually better than noirs, just because they, for the most part, are able to be.
We mentioned Chinatown. I'd say that's the apex of neo noir. Another movie I'd put very towards the top is Memento. We had recently rewatched that, and that's a movie that, at least for me, I can speak for myself. I'm pretty sure for you, coming of age when we did was a huge influential movie in terms of watching something that was a lot more challenging than you were used to seeing.
Well, I think
and then once you get the the quote plot of the movie, it's like actually very easy to follow, and like you uncover what and really to rewatch that movie, you just see the depths of the sadness of what the cycle that the character is going through in that.
Because I think that's one of the greatest openings in any movie is just so shocking is it's going backwards, but you don't realize that at the moment of him holding the picture of him having shot Teddy, the Joe Pantoliano character at the beginning. By the way, this is literally not a spoiler, it's the opening of the movie. And that and you're like, what is this? Like, and then that's just such a fascinating movie that is really the last moment
of the story
of that story,
and then the very end of the movie is the middle of the story,
right? And so like it's a very refreshingly challenging movie every time I watch it. Of just the just a plum with which with the Nolans just. We're going to touch on maybe here in a little bit. Amazing, but anyway,
we're going to dive into the 3 movies we saw recently that we think typify this neo-noir tradition. The first of which is probably by far the most well-known and iconic in many ways. And this is one of those movies that I know for both of us was always talked about for years and years and years, and we're finally only now getting around to 1981's Body Heat from Lawrence Kasdan, who of course is most famous, I think, for writing being one of the writers on the screenplay of The Empire Strikes Back. Leigh Brackett, one of the first ones who she passed away, was one of the writers on The Big Sleep. Funny enough.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
One of several.
The original one?
The original Big Sleep.
Oh, I didn't know she was that old when she... Okay.
Yeah, she died. She did like a draft or two of The Empire Strikes Back screenplay and then passed away, unfortunately. And like I said, she was pretty old at that time, I believe. But Body Heat from 1981 stars Kathleen Turner and William Hurt. We're big William Hurt fans. Well, I don't know where to start with this. One thing I'll start with, and we talked about, temperature check for Levi on that movie. God. The whole movie was drenched in sweat. Took place in Florida, I believe. Was it Miami specifically?
No, it was near Miami.
Okay.
Which is funny because for another movie we're going to talk about, it was also kind of the same setting. No, it was It was scorched.
I mean, we were just watching it here in
yeah.
a nice air-conditioned, fan-running room, and it still felt...
Well, and that's
what's so...
what I'll say to that end, the whole point of the movie and the name, even, is this idea of what happens when that heat, basically, I mean, it's the thing people have been saying a lot the last so many years that of various things, but that heat brings out the worst in people and the worst impulses and all this violence. And that what happens to what seems to be a totally normal, I'd say lower upper class individual.
Yeah.
Or at least, like he's a lawyer, so I don't know how rich he is, but what happens to a lawyer when it gets too hot outside and he's presented with, how about we kill my husband? And like that sounds goofy, but it's like, I mean, that's a real question of like what happens when
it would make
that happens.
Different in its plot exactly, but it would make a good double feature of Cape Fear, the Martin Scorsese
it reminds
version,
me of Cape Fear,
but as far as the plot, it's kind of a riff or a version of Postman Always Rings Twice, which is a noir. The original, I know you don't care for at all.
I loathed it when I saw. I probably like it better now. That's another thing. I don't normally like that whole type of movie of let's kill the husband. Although Double Indemnity, I think, is really great, and that's one of the best.
Well, we didn't even mention that at all. But
because I knew I was gonna wait until we brought it up here. And this movie, in Body Heat, was very much inspired by that. It's also interesting though that I think the point of a lot of these neo-noirs, and we essentially kind of said this, but there was that with this and that Postman's Always Rings Twice remake that Bob Rafelson made with
Jack Nicholson,
and Jessica Lange, that movie. And Body Heat, I feel like, are essentially the kind of era of 80s smut eroticism versions of noir stories that they're like wanting to be newer. Say, oh, well, let's actually take the sexuality of noir and really make it really explicit.
The one thing about, the remake of Postman Always Rings Twice that's interesting is that it still sets it in... kind of the 30s and 40s.
Right.
And it's weird. It does definitely revel more in the sexual explicitness that the original couldn't have done.
Yeah.
But it's also, as far as its actual filmmaking goes, pretty classical.
Yeah.
Even more classical than I would say Body Heat was. Body Heat felt like a contemporary movie for the 81. And, I mean, weirdly... I like Postman Always Rings Twice a little better than you, to the point I would say I like it.
Yeah.
But even the original, I'm a little mixed on for some of the same reasons you're not into it. And I really expected to love the remake because it's Bob Rafelson, it's Jack Nicholson. Go listen to our 5 Easy Pieces podcast, and Jessica Lange too. But it's about the same quality of movie, and it's good and bad. It's better in some ways and worse in other ways.
Yeah.
So it's almost a good. Well, it's a version of that, but done again.
Yeah.
I frankly wish it would have changed more things than it did. But again, it is a little more sexually explicit, I should say.
It should be. I should say that Chinatown was that too for the 70s. I mean, that movie literally opens up with like photos of like a sexual tryst going on. So like that movie's very much in your face also with the sexuality, I think, too, but of course being directed by Roman Polanski.
Another thing about Body Heat, I don't even think we really talked about between the two of us, but I think would be a good thing to say here, is that it represents, I think, an evolution in some ways of neo-noir eventually becoming the erotic thriller that you see. So it was big in the 80s and even into the 90s. And it kind of, the erotic thriller, I would say in some ways, is a spin-off of neo-noir.
Yeah.
And that is almost a point where you see that transition taking place. Like the movie.
Yeah.
I thought I would like it a little more than I did, and it was still good. Again, as the movie went along, it's the classic thing with most of these noirs. Had awesome atmosphere and gravity in the early acts. The third act tries to stumble over itself a little bit, and it deals with doubles to an extent, and who's who, and those kind of classic noir questions, and
things that
left me a little colder, ironically, for a movie that made me feel like I was sweating the whole time. Than I would have liked, but overall a really well-made
I think
movie.
that's another thing I was going to say. With the problem with a lot of these noirs is they're just so fantastical. They're like superhero movies or something.
Yeah.
Like that these people are so smart that they get away with this stuff, and they screwed you over this time. And I just find it to be so absurd, most of those. And that's what I think is interesting about a movie, once again, like Detour, is that it's very much about two incompetent people trying to deal with each other, and one of them is so insane that they're threatening, oh, I'll get you on this, and, and it's just like, it's two very, like, unhinged people trying to deal with each other to the point where, of course, it's not going to work out.
I think for a lot of people, watching these movies, it's a combination of being a wish fulfillment of seeing these beautiful, hot people, literally or figuratively, have these illicit or relationships with one another, but then also like, but they're gonna get theirs by the end of it, and it's like a classic. It's like the rise and fall gangster story in some ways. Like, we want to see the rise because we want to, in some ways, live vicariously through that. But then they have to meet their judgment by the end, and it's kind of a very moralistic, sometimes representation of that. Another thing that's interesting, though, about to compare Body Heat to Detour, one thing I think is interesting is that Detour was very famous for being pretty low budget and pretty like poverty row by the seat of its pants type of movie. And then you compare it to something like Body Heat, ultra slick, ultra composed, like, is very much a finely tuned machine. And sometimes the best noirs are the ones that don't exactly fit together in the most perfect ways, that there's some rough edges to them. And I think that's one reason why Detour's endured, is because it does what it does over such a brief period of time and has some rough edges, but it adds character. It's not a scar, and rather it's something of a distinguishing feature. And something like Body Heat, which I overall quite liked, was a little too slick sometimes for my taste, and didn't quite have that roughness.
It's a very 1981 version of that, and it knows
it could have been made by De Palma in some ways. It was reminiscent to me of
another noir. I just remember another noir that we forgot that we can't leave out is In a Lonely Place.
Well, that's one of the best. I mean, that's easily in the top 5, if not 2 or 3.
And what's great about that movie is that's a movie that doesn't really fit in any of the categories that we've discussed, and that's why it's easy to forget, because it's a mystery. No, I mean, it is. And it's a mystery, and it's a murder story, but it's also more just about the insanity of one individual and his lover's troubles with living with that. That's more what the movie's about.
And I think another unspoken element of that movie, too, is In a Lonely Place, is that the character, Humphrey Bogart's character in that, is a screenwriter.
Yes.
And it is in some way, I feel like, an admission of the vicarious nature through which film creators idealize or create their stories. And while it doesn't end in him writing this great script, it is an experience that would undoubtedly find its way into such a man's work in the end.
Right.
So we liked Body Heat, I think, quite a bit.
Yeah, it was fine. It was very much what it was on paper. I mean, it's very much a greatest hits of that specific subgenre of a subgenre. But it was good.
But a movie I absolutely loved,
one
of my favorite movies of the month, is 1985's Trouble in Mind, directed by Alan Rudolph. You're someone who was kind of made me a little bit more aware of Alan Rudolph in recent years. Tell us a little bit about Choose Me, because you've seen that. That was your first, I guess, movie.
Yes, that was the first of his I've seen. I actually saw it at a very particular moment where, this might all sound like nonsense to go through, but it's just to kind of paint a mental picture of a movie that I don't even love as much as it sounds like the effort I'm putting into this, but I do really quite love quite a bit. But that I remember it was like my first week of student teaching. And I was at Wilmington, and it was, it was cold. It was like January. And I had just been doing that all day. I've been driving all night, hands wet on the wheel, a la Golden Earring moment. You know? And it was like it was already dark, and I'd like eaten or whatever, and I was down towards the library, and I was wanting to go get a movie. And I picked that one, more or less, but it was real like, I'll just put that, that's a movie I'll just watch. It was real like I was kind of looking, and I was like, I'd seen that here, and I was like, that looks kind of interesting. I don't remember, I think I had looked it up and seen who was in it or something, or I don't remember, but I watched that, and that movie's interesting. It's basically about this, I'm trying to think of how to explain it. The Genevieve Bujold character in that movie is like a a radio personality that kind of gives like romantic advice, I guess, in Los Angeles. And it's kind of about her. It's not so much actually about her. It's more about people that are kind of in her orbit.
In some ways, that's reminiscent of what Trouble in Mind is.
Yes, that's what I was going to say, is that it's kind of the same thing in that movie where she plays a diner owner who basically is, putting up all these lowlifes, frankly, that are living around her and that she knows or doesn't know. And that, she's kind of like this voice of reason that I feel like, gives a lot of credence or criticism to what people do, and that they kind of eventually take that, advice and actually do use it towards bettering their life in both cases, I'd say.
Yeah.
But that's a very interesting movie. I mean, it's
or
not
nothing else clarifying their life.
Right. And in that movie, it's more about, it's not as like crime oriented at all as Trouble in Mind. It's more about just people living in Los Angeles and kind of about.
Would you say that has neo-noir elements to it?
I don't really think so.
Maybe more in like its style or mood sometimes than in its
the
plot.
only real crime aspect to the movie, at least what I remember about it, is that Keith Carradine's character, who I'm pretty sure was in the army or something, is like kind of like low-key crazy. Let me look at this. He got released from a mental hospital, where all his stories are perceived as lies. That's another thing about the movie, is that it's like the whole movie's about lies and like, is he telling the truth, is he not? And it's kind of this whole thing about that, and that he's like a pathological liar or whatever.
Yeah.
But that anyway, and it's like about him falling in love with this other woman, and then there's people that are in love with him. It's like all these people get involved, and John Larroquette's randomly one of them. Yeah. He rides around on like a motorcycle. He's like a bartender. It's really
one of
weird.
Our favorites.
Yeah, but yeah, and that's a really good movie. It's a lot more. It's not like even Remember My Name, which is a movie we'll probably going to talk about here in just a second, or Trouble in Mind, which are more explicitly either like crime oriented or like thrillers, sort of. It's a lot more just kind of down to earth drama. It's a comedy drama, it says, but yeah, it's mostly basically it literally says here, the film is a look at sex and love in 1980s Los Angeles, centered around a dive bar known as Eve Lounge.
I really want to see this because it sounds and looks really good, and in fact, I actually want to drop a clip here of this interview that I found of Alan Rudolph, talking about what his films are, quote, about, that I think is a good way to understand what he's going for.
Do small in scope films in this day and age, because your films are very much character studies.
Yeah,
I'm sure it's hard.
Well, I only write those kind because I know I'm never going to raise a lot of money. Altman produced this film, and I'm Scottie Pippen, and only I don't want to be traded. And his ideas, people will always compare us because that's fair. But Bob comes up with war, movie industry, politics. What are your films about? A glance, a color, a piece of music or something. And I think that I'm just connecting the dots, really. I think this career thing is what you have when my friend Tom Robbins says we have careens, not careers. But I think that's what you have when you've quit or you're finished and you look back to see what you've done. But in the meantime, you're just sort of trying to get it out. And I'm just holding on by my fingerprints.
I really like what he said about his films are about a color or about a glance.
Yeah.
I find that to be such a beautiful poetic representation of seeing two of his films, what they feel like and what they are about. And again, as he mentioned there, he is kind of an acolyte or a disciple of Robert Altman, who we've talked about at length on this podcast and are huge fans of. And he's almost an interesting spin-off of Altman in some ways that shares some like stylistic approaches that are similar, and some of the same cast members very famously, Carradine's in Trouble in Mind, and as well as Geraldine Chaplin and some others that pop up in as well that were in some Altman movies. weirdly, Carradine's probably been known more for being in the Rudolph movies than he is.
Yeah, because he's
Altman.
consistently been in those, even up until a few years ago. They made another movie together.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
but with I feel like one of the key differences between Altman and Rudolph is that at least what it appears to me to seem to be is that Rudolph films are better written than most of Altman's films, that he himself actually wrote the movies. Right. And going into them have a little bit, they don't quite have that improvisational, let the scene play and we'll see what happens aspect that Altman movies does, in part because he's a great writer and he's like, I don't have to rely on that necessarily sometimes. Not to take away from the brilliance of Altman,
of course not,
because he was a pioneer in many ways with that. Yeah. But Rudolph is a really good writer, I think, great writer at points, and it doesn't like. But what I like about both of them, in particular in Rudolph, even though that it lacks that improvisational nature of Altman, it still has this desperation of the characters and this urgency of time is running out and I need to make sure this happens or doesn't happen. Right. To that point, Remember My Name, really, really good. We saw this a few months ago now, I think. Geraldine Chaplin, chilling performance in that.
That's
even more chilling than her in Nashville. Yeah. She plays like a British reporter in that. Who's just the most
one of my
annoying
favorite moments
ever.
in that in Nashville is where they have the big car crash, and it's like nobody's hurt. It's just like car crash, but she's like, I saw a leg sticking out. Yeah. It's just like totally insane. But I mean, that's a pretty insane performance. But quickly to talk about a few things about that movie, because what I heard him just say in that thing that you heard about him talking about color or glance, that I think that when I think about that movie, I don't think about so much her stalking Anthony Perkins exactly, even though I do. But what I think more about is there's those, I talk about this all the time, but there's those scenes with Jeff Goldblum in the movie.
Who's her boss?
Who's her boss?
And that there's grocery store.
Yeah, it's just some store somewhere. And that there's a couple scenes with him where it's him looking at the pictures on his desk, and there's something going on in his family life, and it's just what? But it's not even those moments. One of the big kind of great moments in Nashville is that moment where the driver for the basically Peter, Paul, and Mary types are he's singing in a, he just picks up guitars, kind of playing on it, and it's a quick little moment of you realizing he's a guy who came to Nashville to want to be a musician, and now he's just driving for the other musicians, and a kind of sad moment you realize. It's not even a moment like that, which is so throwaway, but tells a story in itself. And this sounds like I'm saying bad things about Rudolph here, but it's just what? Why am I seeing that? Another example was In Trouble in Mind, where Joe Morton had that freak out.
Oh, yeah.
What in God's name was that? Yeah. It's just what? So it's more what I like about his kind of Rudolph's approach is more of these I think I said this in my review over on Letterboxd, rusty stairwells to nowhere. It's just what's going on over there? And then it just stops, and it's and it's more interesting in a way that it doesn't contain multitudes like some of Altman's stuff does. Yeah. But it's just kind of what is that over there?
Another texture to the
another
world.
thing I think about when I think about Remember My Name, once again, isn't so much of Geraldine Chaplin acting crazy. It's those images of Anthony Perkins just he's a job site builder or something, of him walking around the job site in his blue shirt, just kind of looking around the wood that is in basically the wood foundation, just kind of standing there and looking around, and it's just very whatever kind of filmmaking. But another thing about his movies, I think, and Altman's movies are very funny, obviously, but I find Rudolph's movies to be very comedic, on the same level, if not a little less funny than Altman, but they are very intuitively funny movies. But even Altman's movies I think, have a comedy that is a little more understated, but I feel like Rudolph's movies are very much, no, this is kind of a comedy, you're supposed to laugh, and there's no question about that.
But I think, but as you said, that all these kind of seemingly throwaway or strange diversions that are moments more than any
Yeah.
full scale diversions. Adds that texture to the world. And if you want to talk about, to talk about Trouble in Mind, that movie
Yeah.
is a lot of texture in
Yeah.
that world. One thing that I observed, that is very much a neo-noir movie, is that it feels like if Ridley Scott had made this movie, or, even Lawrence Kasdan, certain filmmakers of that period, Brian De Palma, that it would have had a budget 30 to 40% higher than it was, because the whole movie was set in Rain City, which was shot in Seattle, I believe,
right.
which is basically literally the Rain City. And it is set in this undetermined future.
Yeah.
Like, 30, 40 years maybe in the future, 10, maybe even 10, 20, I'm not sure.
I don't ever think it ever says it's in the future necessarily, does it?
Maybe not. Look. But it feels to me like
it feels like
an alternate
it feels
future.
Like Tim Burton's Batman. It's very much like it is. It's like retrofuturism in a way that's
and on the plot it just says in the mysterious metropolis of Rain City.
Yeah,
and then also that there's the military roaming the streets, and there's not quite sure what got there. But what I love is we never get some big explanation of what happened to get it here.
Yeah.
Even in a way, a movie like Blade Runner goes, tries to drop you hints, and again has this bigger budget. What I really almost found endearing among many things about Trouble in Mind, is that it was trying to maximize what it had, and it could have had a bigger budget, but who cares?
Right.
Because guess what? This movie's way better written than Blade Runner was.
Yep.
It's way better acted than Blade Runner was.
Yep.
I dare say it's better well directed than Blade Runner was, which is this hallowed piece of sci-fi neo-noir kind of storytelling. That, to me, this is a far superior version of that. In large part, I think you can point to a lot of things. I think just you look at the kind of four main actors that it had to deal with in the movie.
Right.
I really loved what you said about, in your Letterboxd review, talking about Chris Christopherson, who's effectively the lead of it, as if he had just kind of, been, roaming around for 5 years after Heaven's Gate, and just kind of comes back in. And again, he was somebody that's obviously will always be more well known as a musician, but I think has this very particular screen presence that I really love. And he was the lead in this this cop who was coming off of
it was a cop who had been convicted of murder, and that basically he shot and killed this gangster that everybody hated, but they couldn't get him on anything. So he basically took the fall for everybody else to make everybody else happy and killed the guy. And that he's
out and he's trying to figure out, am I going to help the cops out, or am I going to just help out the gangsters in this world? The main gangster played by Divine, of course, who's anybody who knows John Waters films knows that are a huge part in those, in a non-drag performance. But and I've not even really seen a whole lot of Divine / John Waters stuff, but some of the looks and glances that he flashed in that were very reminiscent of moments or things I've seen. Was that one famous picture of them looking at Donald Trump, I think it is, walking by, and it's got this look of disgust on their face or whatever. Something I remember. And one thing I really found refreshing about Christopherson is he's effectively our quote hero, but he himself is a kind of a contemptible / predatory guy.
Yeah, he is.
Throughout, and that the love story that kind of is he's almost in a pseudo love triangle, almost rectangle, of this woman. Who was she played by again?
Well,
Laurie Singer,
who's the wife of Keith Carradine's character.
Yeah, and they came to the they talked about early on. Oh, gotta go to the city and make our life be this grand, spectacular thing. Turns out no. And he kind of falls for her. And meanwhile, Keith Carradine shows no interest in his wife. He's going off, hanging out with Joe Morton, robbing people, stealing from people, basically a petty criminal.
Yeah.
But meanwhile, kind of the soul of the movie is Genevieve Bujold, who is, as you said, playing the kind of the proprietor and owner of this diner that all these characters are frequenting, going in and out. And that you can tell, I think she still has maybe a certain interest in Christopherson's character.
They had known each other years ago,
and they're kind of friends, but they used to have a relationship. And she still, it seems to me, has feelings for him. And he's obviously much more interested now in Laurie Singer's character. And to that end, you were mentioning Tim Burton's Batman earlier. It feels like that type of a world. One way that it compensated for its budget not being as high as it is was some of the models that... Of all things, Chris Christopherson's characters builds models in his spare time.
Because at the beginning of the movie, when he's leaving the prison, the guards are like, "You want to take your models with you?" He's like, "No need for them," or whatever. And it's just like, what? Yeah. But yeah, there's like a couple moments in the movie where it's like him driving around the city and it shows shots of the models, like you said, to make it try and feel bigger. And you can feel that about it. But what I was going to say about, so I'm looking at all these movies here that we're kind of talking about today. So first of all, Blade Runner was made for $30 million.
That's a big budget for 1982.
I mean, it really looks it. So there you go. It only made $11 million above that. So
it was kind of considered a minor financial disappointment. Yeah.
Body Heat was made for $9 million. It made $24 million. And then Trouble in Mind was made for $3 million. It made $19,000. Let's just take aside from that how much money it made. So, yeah, sure, Body Heat. Really good movie. Triple the budget of this, though.
Yeah.
Does it create a world like this does?
It does create an atmosphere that is memorable.
Right. And I think it's a more effective one, technically, because that's what it is. But that the imagination of a movie like Trouble in Mind is so much grander, and that's something that you just have to get to at a point when you watch enough movies. Is you're just like, you have to be thankful for what you're given, and you see the inventiveness and the craft behind whatever amount of money there is. People do this with Ed Wood for some reason. They can do it with a movie like Trouble in Mind, So,
but it's not something you can laugh at,
right? Well, you can because it's funny.
Yeah,
but,
it is. Some of the lines Chris Christopherson says in this. What's the thing about? He's talking about some restaurant they can go to or something, and he's like, "What does he say?" He says something like, "Might need a cosign or for to get a." What does he say?
Like, it ain't the most. He's like said something like, "It ain't the most fanciest place in the world, but you need a cosigner to get a ham sandwich or something." Yeah.
Which again, Rudolph really knows how to write the dialogue. Yeah. Dialogue in general, but specifically dialogue for this type of movie.
Yeah.
What do we want to say about Keith Carradine in this? I mean, his hair, for one thing, goes through some.
Well, that's what's interesting is that at the beginning of the movie, he starts as looking like himself in like Nashville.
Yeah.
But with like a sweater on.
Yeah.
But that it's interesting, his devolution into crime really starts with not getting a job at his job site, and he literally goes in the trailer and breaks open the money and takes it,
Yeah, right.
And then he's like, all right, we'll go to the city and I'll find a job there. And at first he meets the Joe Morton character, who's this like petty thief guy that kind of works with the Albert Hall character, who's that guy in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah.
And then they all kind of work with basically the guys that work with the Divine character, Hilly Blue. And that's his name is Hilly Blue. So it's this kind of slow devolution into, well, I'll rob somebody for this much. Well, I'll do this. And it's like this constant, and then by the end, he's like totally far gone. But then, I mean, he has a redemption at the end of the movie that, without spoiling anything, he gets a redemption. So I think it's a pretty redemptive, just movie as far as what happens to everybody is pretty.
And what's interesting is that all four of the main characters are kind of seem scattered to the winds.
Yeah.
From being apart from each other, but all of them have some certain understanding about maybe themselves that they didn't have in the past.
Yeah.
But again, it creates just this world you want to live in, even though it's about crime and it's about, the government marching on the streets, and it's like about some oppressive, depressive things.
Mm-hmm.
But it's just the type of movie that you just really wish was a little bit more of a success and that more people had seen. For me, I was thinking about it between giving it 4.5 and 5 stars, and I decided to give it 5 stars.
I gave it 4.5 just because I don't know, just slightly. It was just certain little things about it were a little slightly reductive to what it was ultimately, but I feel like I love it on a 5.
But is it about to leave Criterion this month?
No, it was.
some other
No,
ones?
it was on. What was it on? Where did we see it?
We saw it on Criterion
Was
Channel.
it on Criterion Channel?
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's leaving. It's still on there.
Well,
but,
if you have the Criterion Channel and
Yeah.
are listening to this, or would even just start a trial run of the Criterion Channel, this would be one of the movies I would most
and I
recommend
think
you
that
watch.
there's I'm going to check this, but I think Shout Factory's put a DVD out of it.
Yeah, there's
I
no
wanna
Blu-ray.
yeah.
I know because I was looking after I watched it.
But yeah, I'll probably buy that
between
one.
this and how much I love Remember My Name as well, I really want to go
$15,
into
that's
a
not too bad.
deep dive on Alan Rudolph because I find him to be such a particular and necessary cinematic voice that I mean, he made a good amount of movies, so I'm not going to say he necessarily fell through the cracks. I mean, he was successful enough to make
still
some.
making some movies,
but someone that I'd recommend that maybe sometimes doesn't get the respect or admiration that someone have him
I think it's great. So
and then the next one we want to talk about is a very, very recent, as in it literally came out Friday, Reminiscence from obviously now in 2021, directed by Lisa Joy, who is a co-creator of Westworld, a show we have mixed to very negative feelings on. And there's some very Westworld-y elements at play with this movie. Now, this is obviously neo-noir, but this is taking it in a more science fiction-oriented direction, more so than the last two that we talked about by far. It's set in a future. I'm not sure exactly.
At some point, I saw the
date.
The date was 2054 when the war stuff was going on, so it might be the 2070s. I don't know.
So presumably 50 years in the future. By that point, you know, and again, what was interesting is that it was also set in Florida, like Body Heat. It was also a lot of sweat was going on. But even more so than sweat, there was another liquid, a little thing called rising, you know, tides or rising water levels on the coasts in Miami area, where climate change has set in. And what's interesting is this just a reality that the characters live in, and they don't think about, oh wow, this is awful. They're just like used to it by this point. Stars one of my favorite actors, collectively one of our favorites, Hugh Jackman. Who else is in this as well? Tandy Newton kind of plays
Ferguson,
his BFF
Cliff
in that.
Curtis, that guy. Marina de Tavira, and Daniel Wu are kind of the main people. Let's see if there's other people. I recognize some other people. Brent Cullen. I feel like I've seen him in something.
He was in Dark Knight Rises.
Oh, that's right.
He played Thomas Wayne in Joker.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and then Angela Seraphine, I've seen her in something not too many years ago.
I was just thinking when I was watching the movie last night, I was like, what's she been in I've seen?
Hang on. Let's see. Was it a TV show?
It might have been a TV show.
Oh, Westworld.
Oh, it was Westworld.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's kind of the main people, though. But so this movie is I'll try to explain it. So basically, it's like that the waters have risen. It's in the future. There was some like indistinct war at the border, they called it. I don't really know what that means. But that basically there were different people who were in this war, and then there were people who were the haves and the have-nots, because that's kind of a thing that's in the movie people talk about. It actually does build kind of a world in that sense of like certain people who were in the war or who were on the other side of it and the way they react to each other. But that Hugh Jackman had been in the war, and so had Tandy Newton. And that basically there's this like machine that they're able to use it was originally used for interrogation, where they like view your memories, and you can see them vividly, and then other people can see them, and that's a way to like interrogate people, and that you're able to find out stuff.
That's almost exactly what Inception, the brief backstory it gives in that, in terms of how that technology came about.
It's Inception meets Minority Report, basically. It's sort of except there's nothing that's being,
That's a good,
eventually. But it's also a lot like Blade Runner too, very clearly, because it's about him like wear. The way he dresses looks like Rick Deckard, and like and the world it kind of creates. But also that anyway, so the whole basic plot is that he meets this woman who comes because she like lost her keys and she's wanting to find out where her keys are, and turns
out is that really all there
right?
is?
And it's basically this whole big, he falls in love with her, but then she disappears, so it's him trying to find her, and he unravels this whole big like noir-esque plot that's going on. It actually made sense though. It wasn't. I appreciated that about it. It was actually, I mean this in a good way, it was actually dumber than I thought it was going to be. More than, like, it was dumb enough for me to understand it, you know what I mean? Like, but no, you know what? But I don't want to say that, because there are a lot of noir plots. That's what makes me mad about them. That they think they're smart. They think they're smart, but they're actually dumb because they don't know what's going on. They can't, like, so, in this, what I mean, it's more streamlined. It's, like, a little easier to follow. So don't go, I mean, some people call it this, don't go looking for it as a mind-bending experience. Like, you might type in mind-bending noirs and it'll pull up eventually, but it is very much a neo-noir. I mean, it follows a lot of the traditions of the femme fatale kind of identity and memory and searching for and I mean, it's a combination of a lot of Nolan-esque things.
Yeah, because it should be said,
produced by Jonathan Nolan.
Lisa Joy's married to Jonathan Nolan, who of course also co-created Westworld. And so I think it's very natural that this is in the Nolan oeuvre of sorts, unofficially, in the same way that Jonathan Nolan's work is, in the same way that even that Transcendence, which I never did see, but that
Reminiscence, Transcendence.
But
whatever.
Wally Pfister directed, starring Jonathan Dett, an old friend of the pod at this point.
Is he really, though?
I mean, we've talked about him a good amount, it should be said.
He's not a friend,
I mean, he's a friend to me. I mean, hashtag
he's
friend.
Just an old mention on the pod. I mean,
tomato, my book.
Whatever,
Who says tomato, by the way? Nobody.
Idiots.
Again, this was not a particularly great movie, a good movie, but I frankly liked it for trying. That sounds like a bad thing to say.
We talked about this yesterday when we left the movie. It's like, it's sad that a movie that is a ripoff, essentially a combination of Inception and Blade Runner, can be like, oh, I like that because it was something original, or it was more.
Well, another thing you had said, I think, is that like, we're not leaving this movie promised a sequel.
No,
promised like some big franchise. Like, now, of course, if this movie just defied all expectations and made a lot of money.
By the way, it was made for $68 million. It's only made $5 million at this point. I don't think it's going to make.
That's also, Warner Brothers now is putting out its movies simultaneously on HBO Max, so there's probably going to be a good amount more people who see it that way.
We're living in a new world where money goes in all these shadow realms that we don't see as consumers. We don't understand what they are, but right. I don't even think the people who make it understand what it is either.
And it should be said, this is not Hugh Jackman's first traverse through the Nolan.
That's what I was going to say too. Is it's like it's a prestige, which we'll come to an aspect of that I want to talk about here in a minute, but that I might have talked about before. But
I don't want this is Lisa Joy wrote and directed this, and that's another thing. Nobody, and this actually shows some measure of progress is taking place when a woman is writing and directing a movie, and that's not the biggest weird aspect of it or strange aspect that's becoming more commonplace at this point, and so that in its own way reveals progress. But again, it's not particularly great. It goes in some silly, goofy directions. But overall, one thing I did like, and this is actually something I was going to save to the very end and talk about where neo-noir goes from here, is that it does deal with and not being addicted to drugs in the sense of
it does deal
heroin
with people being
or cocaine, but people being addicted more so to technology, as like as Patrick Starfish once said.
Right.
Wait, SpongeBob, we're not cavemen. We have technology.
And that way. I'm not saying it's nearly as
good.
Wait,
did you just call him Patrick Starfish?
Yeah.
His name's just Patrick Star, but...
Oh, okay.
But he is a starfish.
Well...
Don't worry about it. That's what he is, so...
Sorry for those SpongeBob McPhee folks out there. I've got one sitting beside him who will correct me on that.
Yes.
Have you ever edited the SpongeBob quiz?
No, but I've been on there quite a bit.
Okay.
But no, well, wait, we're all over the place here. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
It's not nearly as good as this, but it was reminiscent.
Reminiscence?
Of,
people don't just vanish.
But by the way, let's just throw in some of the greatest hits of the trailer right here.
You're going on a journey. A journey through memory. All you have to do is follow my voice. When the waters began to rise and war broke out, nostalgia became a way of life. There wasn't a lot to look forward to. So people began looking back. Nothing is more addictive than the past.
No, put me back. Put me back.
I understand. She's moved on, and you should too.
People don't just vanish.
How much did you really know her? How much did you know?
Who was she? Who was she but not with me? You think you want answers? Well, you don't. Where is she? Where is she? I've turned a blind eye to plenty. I have to do this.
That machine of yours, how close can you get before the illusion's broken?
You're going on a journey. All you have to do is follow my voice.
But one thing I really liked is that it, reminded me of Infinite Jest in the sense of a technology that is so escapist and so lifelike that people consume themselves in it, much like a drug. And that is more often than not what technology is for a great many people in the modern world.
And that what's funny is, though, what I was going to say is it is also, though, that there are people addicted to drugs in this movie too.
Yeah, but it's not really the main.
No, I know, but that's what I'm
characters.
saying is it's funny to me that it's like, no, but there are actual drugs going on. It's like we don't really need any of that in this movie, but okay, no, it's not Baka. Like, what is this? A Star Wars movie? What are you talking about? And then they talk about something about a bocce ball, and I'm like, all right, we're going to Star Wars here, but. It was a perfectly fine movie. I mean, what I loved about it is that it's a movie we went to go see, and
Had a good enough time.
Seemed like the people watching it were kind of into it. So it is what it is. I mean,
but again, it's unburdened with these expectations of what a lot of these large movies have.
These king-sized films, these big gulps of cinema, if you will. These Cracker Jack prizes of movie intelligentsia. I don't even know what I'm saying.
Because one unfortunate thing, and you're currently reading the book Dune right now.
Yeah.
We're preparing, highly anticipating seeing Denis Villeneuve's Part 1 of Dune.
Part 1? What do you mean? Oh, they're gonna make more?
Well, Part 1 of 2. That's going to be split in half. This is only the first half of the book.
I didn't know that.
To the point I was going to say is that this whole movie has been dealt with such expectations that it has to make such an amount of money before they even do a part 2.
They're not even going to do it?
So they might not if it doesn't make enough money as part of the whole deal right now with what that is. So much so that there are now all these industrial, fan, critical, common average, everyday people, all this stuff that is a part of that movie. Not to mention Frank Herbert's own novel, not to mention David Lynch's own version of this that's done before. There is so much context and precedent that goes into this movie that walking in, paying a ticket, in of itself is a sort of a socio-political statement.
Yeah.
As opposed to this, go and see it. I like it. I don't like it. Whatever. I move on. But
I had no clue about that.
That has so much import surrounding it that is like the fate of the whole movie relies on whether or not it gets this box office or whether or not it has, all this various versions of success.
I can't believe that.
How did I not know this? I thought you
what?
did.
No, nobody told me.
Yeah.
I'm acting like I'm mad, but I'm
so
just like
he's been kind of bragging, I should say, all week that he's not really been on Twitter all that much, and then when it's all been a lot of the talk has been about.
Has it just been this week?
Well, no, that's been an ongoing conversation.
Well, I didn't know about
months.
that. Well, whatever.
But
just
in this
listen,
week,
folks, like I ain't even the more and more I think about it, the more I'm thinking about just getting rid of social media because it has no reason to exist whatsoever. I'm just like and also, sorry, I mean, I've been busy, like preparing my classroom for a week of teaching, so I'm just like, whatever goes on Twitter, I could care less. But no, I mean, like I said, I had no clue any of this was going on. So
yeah, there's a lot of fear by a lot of the people involved that it's not going to make the box office, and so much so that Warner Brothers might not fund the sequel. That's a possibility that is apparently real.
Well, I would have thought they would have made them together if they were going to do that, because you would think that at this point they would have learned to do that by now. I don't know,
but yeah. And that's another one that's going to be streamed simultaneously on HBO Max, which adds another complication to it of whether or not that'll equate to box office / interest to do another one. All of this is only to say the import and the gravity that some of these size movies have is ironically bad for cinema, I think, because it actually makes it more about finances, and which, again, movies have always been about money and all that, so I'm not saying that's new. But that, and it should be said, Villeneuve, he's someone who himself has made a lot of neo-noirish new things, such as Blade Runner 2049 or Enemy or Prisoners, which also stars Hugh Jackman.
Yeah,
Hugh Jackman, the center of it all.
I mean, the movie Dune was made for $165 million, so I don't know if it can make that amount. I don't know, but I mean, it's weird because it's in all these weird places now. All this stuff where it's like, wait a minute, look at this.
The science fiction film genre. Go look that up on Wikipedia. The picture that it's got there,
right there.
It's got like a clapboard with a UFO basically on it.
I can't believe that. What is this?
The Mechanical Man. Anyways, I was going to just say, one expectation or thing I would like to see with neo-noir in the future is a little bit more in the direction of something like this in terms of the role that digital life or digital technology has in the modern world, and seeing, neo-noir tackle that. And not just in this big, explicitly sci-fi,
basically
tens of
take
millions
Ingrid
of dollars
Goes West,
way,
but make it like
a version
noir.
Yeah. I think that's the direction to go with neo-noir at this particular point, is that the horrors that technology wrought. I mean, in some ways, David Cronenberg's done versions of this before in the past. But to me, that's the direction I would be curious to see neo-noir go. Anything more to add about either of these three movies or neo-noir?
Not really. They're all varying degrees of good. One better than the other two, at least.
Yeah.
As far as Trouble in Mind. So, yeah.
There we go. So now we're going to dive.
That's the end of our Blue Plate special, we should say.
Yep.
So.
There we go. The end. Order is indeed not up, but down. Can the order be down? If an order's up, order's down.
Basically, you paid the check. You're in the car.
Send in the bus boys or gals.
Right. Yes.
Should be said.
Like send in the clowns era, but
right.
No. Bus boys and gals are not clowns. Let me be clear on that.
Yeah.
They do a lot of work. I want to say, that God bless these people that are working in the food industry,
the service
right
industry
now, because
all
everybody wants to do is complain about how they don't want to work, and they actually are. So whatever. But anyway.
Yeah. Anyways,
socio-political end to our neo-noir tradition. Blue Plate special on neo-noir. But yeah.
So speaking of the devolution of society, Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, which is yet again our 8th out of 9 Planet of the Apes films we've talked about. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, the sequel to, of course, the last one we did, Rise of the Planet of the Apes.
Yep.
In 2011, this is 3 years later. Levi, why don't you give us a brief rundown of what this one's about?
So it's the 2014. Well, I should start on the right foot. Dawn of the Planet of the Apes is a 2014 American science fiction action film directed by Matt Reeves, written by Mark Baumbach, Rick Jaffa, and Amanda Silver. So we have that same writing team from the last film, as well as Mark Baumbach. Let me check about him really quick. I want to say
no relation
Baumbach.
to Noah Baumbach.
No, it's totally spelled differently. His films that he has written. Let's see. Live Free or Die Hard, Deception, before Inception, and guess who's in it?
Yeah.
Hugh Jackman. Race to Witch Mountain. I remember when that came out. Unstoppable.
That's good.
Total Recall.
Probably not good.
Nope. Wolverine.
Good.
Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, of course. Divergent Series Insurgent. War for the Planet of the Apes. They also came back around on that. Outlaw King.
Additional writing.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. And White Bird, A Wonder Story, which is yet to come out yet. Then we have some uncredited. Oh, he was an uncredited writer on Rise of the Planet of the Apes, too. So,
okay.
As well as 50 Shades of Grey, Logan, and The Mummy. So
this guy's all over the place.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and those two writers from that. So this one, I'll just read here. It says, Dawn is set 10 years after the events of Rise and follows a group of people in San Francisco who struggle to stay alive in the aftermath of a plague that wiped out most of humanity, while Caesar tries to maintain dominance over his community of intelligent apes. So essentially in this one, they're kind of all to themselves. One thing I like about this movie, I'll say, the way that I view this anyway, or what I should say rather, is the whole reboot trilogy. What I like about it is that I don't think it presupposes to say that there are any other apes in the world that are this way, right?
Yeah.
It's more of just that, okay, it's this group of apes that is this way. But
presumably, I guess their success when they go and take over more territory, that they bring apes into their fold, presumably.
I guess so, yeah, but at this point, anyway, they are just themselves, and that basically humanity has deteriorated.
But didn't we see in the last movie, too? Well, I was talking about the simian flu, I guess. How that spread, I guess.
Yeah, so I guess, I mean, like, there's simians who could get it, but I felt like that was more spread between humans than...
Yeah.
The strain was spread, not so much the gas itself.
Okay.
I'm being real technical about this. I don't know. The movie doesn't talk about this very much. But I feel like basically what I'm saying is it seems like at least that the focus is not on a larger ape infestation of the planet. It's more about, okay, the apes that are over there are, mainly the apes in it are these Caesar-led apes, and that the humans have mostly all died off except for certain groups of them. But that basically the whole movie is about this group of humans that are living in San Francisco, led by Gary Oldman and Jason Clarke's characters, basically, and that Jason Clarke and Kerry Russell and their son, Cody Smit-McPhee, all basically go to try and find this power station to turn on the power in San Francisco so they can live a little bit better, and that it's in the territory of Muir Woods where
Caesar and
his group is living. And basically this begins the idea of they had thought all the humans were wiped out at this point too, I think, and that he's starting to kind of question in himself, what should we do with this human problem? Should we allow them to continue living to themselves, or will they inevitably be led to go to war with us, or will they destroy us? And that the movie's ultimately about him kind of battling over this with Koba, the character we talked about in the last movie.
The most aggressive warmongering of the apes.
Who's played by Tony Kebbell in this. I forgot. Yeah, that's who that is.
Yeah.
So there's kind of this kind of battle between them over what we should do and who should be the leader of this group, and the same can be said kind of between Jason Clarke and Gary Oldman's characters, that Jason Clarke's wanting to be more of like, the good human, and that Gary Oldman's more fearful of the apes and wants to wipe them out, basically.
Yeah.
And so that's basically the movie, and that it's all kind of a downhill slide from there as far as what all happens. But really great battle scenes in this movie, even more than the next movie, I think, that it actually has some good
and it should be said, as you said earlier, this is directed by Matt Reeves, who Rupert White directed the past one, and Reeves comes in and does this one, and then as well as War in the next one.
Do we want to talk about Matt Reeves now, or do we want to go through the...
We'll go through the cast first.
Yeah. So, of course, Andy Serkis back as Caesar once again. I don't have anything to add to talking about him in this other than, great job,
we'll go in this direction briefly.
I think this is what I was going to say, I think.
Do you think he should have been nominated for an Academy Award for these movies?
And he wasn't, was he?
No.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
Well, this is what I wanted to talk about, is where I thought we were going to go, is that what Matt Zoller Seitz, who we're big fans of, wrote for RogerEbert.com a review of this movie. And he said that...
I'll pull up
find where that was.
Fans of the collaborative performance between Serkis and the special effects wizards of Rise might think it impossible that we could be drawn deeper into the character's heart. Amazingly, that's what happens. Serkis is a towering figure in screen acting who is to 21st century cinema what Lon Chaney Sr. was to the early 20th. Chaney deformed his face and body with masochistic makeup effects, while the CGI artist distorts Serkis's. Otherwise, the sorcery is similar. It would be wrong, though, to downplay Serkis's personal charisma and craft. He's made specific, clever choices here, and they help you to see a unique person, or creature, or being behind the digital facade. Caesar's energy is so 1960s samurai picture that I wouldn't be surprised to learn that the actor had Toshiro Mifune's face tattooed on his back. You sense the character's tangled and volatile feelings even as he presents himself to his followers as a strong, silent warrior statesman. The CGI gorilla face on Serkis is one kind of mask. Caesar's tactical self-presentation is another. Yada, yada, yada. He goes on more. So he compares, as we said, Lon Chaney Sr. to Andy Serkis' performance. What about that bothers you?
It bothers me in particular because I think we're entering a very, and what you have said, we talked about this last week, you especially said this, we're entering a very dangerous period now of acting where we just assume that people acting through this makeup is real acting. Now, clearly, Andy Serkis, and I shouldn't say that because it is real acting, but that it's like some better form of acting. Or that I think there is a stigma associated with it that people feel it needs to be broken through, and that to me says, well, if you feel that it is lesser than, then it probably is lesser than.
Well, the same debate can be had about why these certain comic book movies don't get Best Picture nominations at the Academy Awards. It's this inferiority complex that a lot of fans of this stuff have as a way to say, well, that's what industrial success looks like, is to get these nominations.
Right. And it can't just be what it is on its own terms. It has to have this level of prestige. That can maybe even be said about the entire nature of this reboot trilogy, even though I would be like, well, it's still, really good and everything. But yeah. So ultimately, what I have a problem with this, though, is that it's like, okay, well, first of all, Lon Chaney Sr. actually put his own makeup on a lot of the time and really was a true actor, and really did those types of things and really was that type of person. Not that I'm not saying he lived to the lives of his characters, but I'm saying he really was a committed type of guy. But that with this, and they always say by way of that, what does that say? The
special effects wizards.
Oh, I thought, well, there was some, I can't remember what they're even called, the people who did the special effects for this. Let me look. It's here somewhere.
What, the visual
Yes, Weta Digital.
Which is Peter Jackson's company. Yes. The pioneered a lot of the effects in Lord of the Rings series.
Right. And, of course, they get mentioned a lot, and I know it's a really big group of people who do these things, but I don't ever hear their names said. It's always Andy Serkis did this, Andy Serkis did that, Andy Serkis wants this and that. He wants that to be its own, Academy Award for motion capture so he can win it all.
Yeah.
We talked about this last week. It's really frustrating to me that this is getting on the same level as, this makeup that was done. It's like, but I don't know, there's still, like you said, there's still a person there somewhere, and that at this point, it's ultimately you with all these dots on your face, and they shoot it, and then all these people go back later and do it. I'm not acting like it isn't something that... He clearly is acting. The facial expressions are his thing, and I'm sure there's people that are probably listening to this who know more about this stuff than I do. They're like, you don't have any clue what you're talking about. Okay, fine. But in my point of view, I see Lon Chaney Sr. putting makeup on and having to act is more impressive than somebody,
by far,
a group of people going back and going over somebody's face and doing that later. Because ultimately you're relying so much on the post-production rather than in the moment. Even though all those both have to line up, and it's very difficult, I'm sure. I mean, it's probably almost impossible.
But that's the problem with just saying, like, the special effects wizards, as you said.
Yeah.
Again, it's a team of thousands of people. You can't put all their names in a review. But it still speaks to the fact that, like, that is an undervalued thing. So much so that we talked last week about the whole idea of him saying, oh, it's, quote, digital makeup.
Yeah.
Seitz himself falls prey to this understanding of what this is. And it's weird because on one hand, it's a kind of a contradiction. On one hand, I think for one thing, the special effects people need to be have more respect, be paid more. You hear all these horror stories all the time.
First of all, they ought to be paid more than he is.
Yeah.
Because they're doing more work than he is.
Yeah.
And this might sound like blasphemy a lot, but I mean, they clearly altogether did way more work than Andy Serkis did on this
I'll
movie.
never forget
So, I mean,
in the lead up to the release of the first Hobbit movie, Peter Jackson made a big deal about putting out these little bonus special features as it was like digital diaries as the movie was being made. And it was like a week or two out from when the movie was supposed to be done. You can probably go and find this online. There were literally like waking up some of the special effects artists at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they had them like in these big rooms, and they had them in like cots, and they're like woke them up at 6 and like led them in like cattle to like finish the next day or two's worth of visual effects work for these movies. If you're gonna make movies that have this ridiculous budget, I feel like the bare minimum is to pay people for their hard work that they do. And it's just, frankly, a disgrace of the industry.
It's a sweatshop industry. I mean, and this is the same thing that happens with video games. This happens with Rockstar all the time, but especially the Red Dead Redemption 2, there were a lot of stories about supposedly that they had been overworked, underpaid to get this movie out, or to get this video game out on time that they had years to do anyway. So, ultimately, it's a very disgusting display of industry fascism, frankly, that they're able to do these things, and that they don't even get credit. They get it's like the Vietnam War Memorial Wall when that goes up. It's like a bunch of names that it's like, you know, and clearly these people do this job, and I guess they enjoy it, and I'm sure they're better treated than we make it sound. But I've heard enough horror stories about this stuff to know that these people get treated like crap. And they had to work an all-day job, 24/7 job to get this stuff done. And guess what? Andy Serkis got to go home at the end of his shooting days. It was all over, and he got to, here's your seat, Mr. Serkis. Here's your,
here's your banana.
It's like that SpongeBob. We're talking about SpongeBob a lot because we're actually going to start watching it. I've seen it, but Kyle's kind of rewatching it with me. And that we'll see in the third season, may I take your hat, sir? May I take your hat, sir? That Patrick being a weenie, as he calls it. Like all these things were probably done for him that these people can't get. And they did way more work. Yeah. So that's all. I know it sounds like we're going all over the place, but that's all I have to say about this is I find that to be a total disgrace. That
now, there is, obviously best visual effects category. Yeah. That goes to a handful of people.
And I think it won for War, right?
I don't think it won any of them.
It didn't?
Because I think that was a whole... I think that was a whole conversation piece, none of these movies
I couldn't remember. Let's see.
Won visual effects.
No, it's received a nomination, yeah. But no. Yeah.
None of these movies have won best visual effects, which a lot of people complained about.
Yeah. Because if you're going to do that much work, I mean, I don't know. Anyway, he's really good. Andy Serkis, fine, but let's dedicate this more to the people who actually did a lot of the work.
Another thing is, too, there's been a large movement over the last so many years to try to get this is a different thing, but stunt performers in the Academy Award nominated category. And there's similar things with that, I feel like, at play in terms of how hard those people work, and they don't get the respect they deserve.
Now, as far as Caesar as a character in this, obviously he's more conflicted. He's kind of figuring out, okay, who are the humans? What are they to me? It's a lot like kind of a combination of conquest and battle as far as his feelings and that, although way more complex and way more interesting in this version than they were in those. Do you have anything to say about Caesar's character in this in particular?
No, not really. I do have a question I want to reach at the end of this movie kind of about that.
Okay.
That we'll touch on.
Alrighty. Then Toby Kebbell is Koba. Of course, he's been in a lot of things. I mostly think of him, as a lot of people do probably, as the entire History of You episode in Black Mirror, which is really good. He was also, let's see about some other movies he was in.
Oh, he played Doctor Doom in the recent Fantastic Four.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah. He was in that Alexander, that movie. I always wanted to see that. Obviously. Kind of his first movie was Dead Man's Shoes, but then Alexander, the Oliver Stone film, Match Point, the Woody Allen movie, Rock and Rolla.
Oh, I remember him in that Johnny Quid. Very memorable.
The German. You ever heard of that?
Short film.
Oh, okay. Clubbed. Let's see. Prince of Persia, The Sands of Time.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that was the point when Gyllenhaal was trying to do that whole thing. Sorcerer's Apprentice, The Conspirator. There's a movie. Warhorse, Wrath of the Titans.
He played John Wilkes Booth, by the way, in The Conspirator.
Yeah. The Counselor. I didn't remember him in that, but I guess he is. This, of course, Fantastic Four, you'd said. Buddha's Little Finger. What? I'm gonna look at that later. I don't know what that is. Warcraft. I do remember him in that. Not a good movie. As you would have guessed. Ben-Hur. I do remember he was in that. He was the. I think he was either Ben-Hur or Masala. Can't remember. I think he was Masala.
Jack Houston was.
That's
Ben-Hur.
Right. Yes. Yeah, he was Masala in that. I thought that.
Which I didn't see that, by the way.
I didn't either.
Of it.
You're like, oh, I didn't know. I didn't see it. Yeah.
I mean, I didn't.
I mean, yeah, you did not. That's true. But Gold, a Monster Calls. I always forget.
Kong Skull Island, I remember. Yeah. And it says he actually did the motion capture for King Kong as well, and he was also played a human character. I didn't know that.
The female brain.
They're like, oh, you've done motion capture for these.
And then he was
movies.
Back in War for the Planet of the Apes as Koba, but I mean, come on, no. Wizard's Tale. Hurricane Heist? What?
I remember when that came out. I didn't see it.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Look at that. It looks like a video game.
Yeah.
Not a good one. Not a good video game, by the way. Destroyer. I heard about that movie, that Karen Kusama movie a lot of people like with Nicole Kidman. The Angel. What was that? Some spy thriller. Daniel, Becoming, and Bloodshot is the most recent movie. I always remember him as being good in most things. I mean, I don't really have a whole lot to say about him. But
I remember him in Kong Skull Island as the human character. I think he had he was, I think, somehow separated from most of the group, and he met some tragic end by himself. But I remember having some real stock, I've got a family back home, or just some real stock thing.
Yeah. But you know what's another funny thing about this, though?
I love Kong Skull Island, by the way. I just want to make that clear.
Is that another funny
That's
thing?
That's the movie that the first Godzilla movie should have been. But anyways.
Yeah. Another funny thing
when I say first, I mean the Gareth Edwards.
Yeah. But another funny...
Not Gojira. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Another funny thing about this, though, to me, is that people are saying, oh, Toby Kebbell almost steals the show in this movie. I'm like, you mean the special effects people almost stole the show, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to be too dismissive of this.
No, this is... let me just say, this
like,
is, to me, absolutely... almost a version of the conversation I wanted to have last week when it comes to this as well, is that let's not act and pretend like this is wholly these actors giving these performances. There's a lot of work being put into it by these special effects people, and to act otherwise is frankly a fool's errand.
Andy Serkis does look like Caesar a little bit, but you know why that is? Because he's Andy Serkis. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's already known as, you're the motion capture guy, so they're going to make him kind of look like that, right? But in the case of... Does Koba look at all like Toby Kebbell to you? At all?
If you really studied the face side by side, maybe you'd start to see it, but...
Let's see here. But I just don't remember him looking like him very much. I just don't see it. I mean... Does that look like... him at
one's
all?
On a red carpet and one's not.
One's carpet was painted red at the end of it. Yeah, we'll say that. No, I mean, but does he look like him at all to you? No,
not really.
Moving on. Judy Greer as Cornelia.
Judy Greer's always a pleasant presence to seeing things.
She's always good,
She almost has a reputation for being the wife or the mother character in things. Very shamelessly, if you might remember in Jurassic World, she falls prey to that
That's
as
true,
well.
yeah. And then let's see about some movies she's in. Three Kings randomly, which I haven't seen, but adaptation Alice the Waitress. Okay. The Hebrew Hammer. Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah. Look at that name.
Her name,
Esther Blumenbergen-Steinthal. Yeah. Okay. The Cat Return. Okay, we're not gonna. Yeah. Let's see. Let's get here. The Marmaduke. You remember Marmaduke?
I didn't see it, but I remember when it was a thing.
You're aware, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Republicans Get in My Vagina was a movie she was in.
Okay.
Short film.
The Descendants, I think, is one of her first kind of big movies she was in. And then, she was in the Carrie, the remake. Tomorrowland, Addicted to Fresno. Okay. Grandma. Men, Women, and Children.
That was a awful movie.
Yeah.
A hilarious movie, though. Jurassic World, Ant-Man.
Yeah. This, of course. One of the things I really remember in, let's see, next time, Pottersville, 15-17 to Paris. Ant-Man and the Wasp. I think of her a lot in Halloween, because that's one of the big movies I've seen her in, the newer 2018 Halloween.
Yeah.
But, anyway. Buffaloed. Okay.
I think she's one of the main voices in Archer, I think.
Oh, yeah, let's look at her TV credits. She's probably actually more known on TV. She was on Arrested Development, ER, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
My Name is Earl.
Californication. Earl. Archer, yeah. Cheryl Tunt. 118 episodes, so yeah. Modern Family, Big Bang Theory, How I Met Your Mother, Comedy, Bang Bang. In the episode was Judy Greer wears a navy blouse and strappy sandals, so Portlandia. Yeah. She's always good to show up and stuff. So.
But she plays that kind of, unfortunately,
Natalie Trundy character here,
that wife
basically.
role.
Yeah.
And something that, for the first time, I feel like, other than some of the originals, the reviews started to point out that there's not a lot of female characters that take the lead in this franchise, and even in particular these 2 and eventually 3 movies. It did mention that.
Yeah, it's a problem. Finally, people are starting to catch on that. I mean, I know we've been saying that as in hindsight is 2020, I guess, but more like 2020 is COVID. Nick Thurston was Blue Eyes, as the kind of son of Caesar in this. I guess he is a little more at play in the next movie too, sort of. But basically, he's more or less the king in waiting character, like the son of Caesar being king, basically. Terry Notary is Rocket, Caesar's loyal lieutenant. He's just kind of back in this, of course. I think he dies in this one though at some point, right?
I think so.
So spoiler. But yeah, I think Koba kills him. I'm pretty sure at some point.
That's the thing. When it comes, for me personally, these ape characters, the ones I remember are Caesar, Koba, and Maurice.
Yeah,
they're very clearly because he's
Karen
an orangutan.
Carnival once again as a Bornean orangutan. Interesting. I think it's interesting, randomly, that a woman played that part, because you wouldn't have, you just wouldn't have assumed that. Yeah. Because does it ever definitively say? I guess it is a male. Well, it has the name, a male name. Yeah. So I guess it is a male chimp or orangutan. But yeah, I think that's interesting that that's the case. Yeah. But yeah. So down to the humans. Jason Clarke is Malcolm, the leader of the small group that forms a strong bond with Caesar and the other apes, and Ellie's husband. So, anything about him?
I like Jason Clarke. Yeah. I feel like he probably resents the existence of Joel Edgerton.
Yeah.
Because I feel like there was a period where he was getting a lot of roles, and he's a good actor, let me just say. But Joel Edgerton has kind of slid into that type of role that normally he would play.
Right.
He's a good actor, though, like I said.
Yeah, I mean, the things I remember him most in are, like, he's that, like, black site torture guy in Zero Dark 30. He is in this movie, of course, Terminator Genesis, awful movie. Of course.
Genesis,
Mudbound, which I haven't seen.
That's really good,
yeah. I sadly haven't seen any D. Reeves movies yet. I've been wanting to. Chappaquiddick.
He played Ted Kennedy.
Yeah. First Man, he was like one of the scientists. That's a great poster for First Man. You seen that?
Yeah.
Wow. And he was the like main character in the new Pet Sematary movie.
He's good.
What was that? Oh, the thing I had first ever seen him in was Public Enemies. He was that like friend of Jonathan Dett's in it, of John Dillinger. Because he has that moment where he dies that's real kind of funny. That whole movie's hilarious.
I do remember him in Baz Luhrmann's Great Gatsby. He plays George Wilson in that.
Yes.
The guy who owns like the garage shop or whatever.
Yeah. Right. Lawless he was in, supposedly. Texas Killing Fields. Okay. Knight of Cups, which we have yet to see, sadly. He's literally going to be in a movie called Black Site. Just like, okay.
As Hatchet.
Yeah. Oh, Serenity. We wanted to see that.
Yeah.
The Aftermath. That's another movie we've seen him in. You remember that?
Yeah.
That was that random movie we saw? Yeah. Our mom really wanted to see it, so we were like, okay.
Yeah,
I mean, it was all right. I didn't have nothing against it, but she was like, oh, I want to see that. I was like, okay. So we did, and it was, whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jason Clarke's good. But yeah, you're right. He's kind of been overtaken by Joel Edgerton in a way now, so...
Actually, I wanted to check on this because
I think he
Joel Edgerton plays
that character.
Wait a minute. Now I'm getting confused again. No, Jason Clarke does play that guy who owns that gas station.
And Joel Edgerton was that
Tom Buchanan, old money socialite who hates Gatsby. So
that's what I thought. That's what I had thought, but I wasn't sure. Gary Oldman is Dreyfus. I just love that name. An ex-military officer and leader of the remaining human survivors. We don't have enough time to talk about Gary Oldman, I guess.
Yeah, no, because he's very likely going to be in other episodes we talk about. Let's just leave it at this for now. Love Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
Almost love him as much as his impression of Anthony Hopkins.
Because Anthony Hopkins, who I would imagine you would respect, says he's a rebel, he's on fire, he's a crazy man.
He's a rebel, he's on fire, he's crazy. Yeah.
He says it just like that?
Yes. He's a maverick. Do you think? And he said to me, we were doing Dracula, and he said to me, he said, you remind me of me 20 years ago. He said, he's a rebel, he's on fire, he's crazy. Yeah.
He's a madman, he's crazy. Yeah, Gary Oldman's great. We can kind of talk about him throughout the movie, too.
I mean, this was the period after Gary Oldman had done the Harry Potter movies, had done the Nolan Batman movies, and he's kind of now more likely to see him taking these supporting roles in these like blockbuster movies.
You know, I haven't seen this movie. I've always wanted to, actually. Have you ever seen moments of his performance in The Book of Eli? Have you seen all that movie?
No, I've not.
Have you ever seen moments of him in that?
I don't think I have, no.
It's something. Let me see if I can find a picture of him in it. It just looks like, what kind of performance is that? It's very weird. I don't even know how to explain it, but at least
he obviously came really of attention to most people over the course of the 90s as playing a lot of bad guy roles.
This is supposedly him in the movie, or something.
Most memorably in Leon the Professional, as well as him in Air Force One. I always remember him. He's also the villain in Lost in Space. Again, he was, he's played villains.
This is more what I was thinking of. This image of him, like with sunglasses on, with like wearing.
But
black.
again, we love Gary Oldman.
Yeah.
We'll talk more about him in the future. Frankly,
Kerry Russell is Ellie, a former nurse of the CDC, Malcolm's second wife. She's of course most known for The Americans, which is a show we really want to watch.
Yeah.
But
I know she's also an old friend of both J.J. Abrams and Matt Reeves, in part because of the show Felicity.
They both work on that.
I know J.J. Abrams definitely did. Matt Reeves, co-created. Okay. So they know each other from the days of
and of course she had also been in Mission Impossible 3.
She's had several.
I forgot about that. Rise of Skywalker. Who was she in that? I don't remember that.
I've tried to block that movie out of my head.
She was Zori, but I don't remember that. Oh, was she that like assassin character?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyways,
she's good.
Love Kerry Russell.
Yeah.
What I've seen of the first season,
Honey, I blew up the kid.
Honey were Russian spies.
Yeah.
What I've seen of her in the first season of The Americans, I've thought a lot of, and I only have heard great things. I know she's now married to her co-star on that.
Oh, really? Matthew Reese.
Matthew Reese. Yeah. Which they met on that. But
Kerry
Russell, great.
Yep. Cody Smit-McPhee, he's the boy in this. let's see. He was the boy, that little boy in the road.
So he's just boys in post-apocalyptic environments is his whole deal.
Oh, he was Nightcrawler in the newest. Some of the new X-Men movies. That's right. And then there was something else that. Oh yeah, he was in that Matt Reeves movie, Let Me In. He was like the little boy in that.
So he specialized in playing little boys.
So yeah, The King. What is that?
Things go haywire here and there.
Let's see. 2067. That's even a movie. Okay. The Power of the Dog. Okay.
Hair of the Dog.
Wait a minute. Is that? Wait a minute. I want to see what this is. What the heck is that? Oh,
Thomas
never mind.
Savage.
That's something I'm thinking of. Something else. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember him a whole lot in this movie. He's just a little boy character, so. No offense, Coach Smit-McPhee, but, you know.
Yeah.
Like, you're good. Like, you're too good. All right. Kirk Acevedo is Carver, former San Francisco water worker, a member of Malcolm's gang. I think he's kind of one of the people who kind of pushes the buttons here in the movie and kind of gets things to go too far.
Yeah.
He's in a lot of things, it looks like. Let's see. Movies, one of the first things in The Thin Red Line. I mean, literally everybody and their mama was in that movie, so,
yeah.
You know. I don't remember a minute, but he's in there somewhere. Boiler Room as Broker.
Oh, that's the scene. Well, I'm going to drop a little bit of our old friend, another old friend of the pod, Ben Affleck, has a very memorable scene in Boiler Room that I'd like to drop some of here.
You fucking guys. I'm going to keep this short, okay? You passed your sevens over a month ago. Seth's the only one that's opened the necessary 40 accounts for his team leader. When I was a junior broker, I did it in 26 days, okay? You're not sending out press packets anymore. None of this Debbie the Time Life operator bullshit. So get on the phones. It's time to get to work. Get off your ass. Move around. Motion creates emotion. I remember one time I had this guy call me up. Wanted to pitch me, right? Wanted to sell me stock. So I let him. I got every fucking rebuttal out of this guy. Kept him on the phone for an hour and a half. Towards the end, I started asking him buying questions. Like, what's the firm minimum? That's a buying question. Right there, that guy's got to take me down. It's not like I asked him, what's your 800 number? That's a fuck off question. I was giving him a run, and he blew it. Okay? To a question like, what is the firm minimum? The answer is 0. You don't like the idea, don't pick up a single share. This putz is telling me, 100 shares. Wrong answer, no. You have to be closing all the time and be aggressive. Learn how to push. Talk to him. Ask him questions. Ask him rhetorical questions. Doesn't matter, anything. Just get a yes out of him. If you're drowning and I throw you a life jacket, would you grab it? Yes, good. Pick up 200 shares. I won't let you down. Ask them how they'd like to see 30, 40% returns. What are they going to say? No? Fuck you. I don't want to see those returns. Stop laughing. It's not funny. If you can't learn how to close, you better start thinking about another career. And I am deadly serious about that. Dead fucking serious. And have your rebuttals ready. Guy says, call me tomorrow? Bullshit. Somebody tells you that they got money problems about buying 200 shares is lying to you. You know what I say to that? I say, hey, look, man. Tell me you don't like my firm. Tell me you don't like my idea. Tell me you don't like my fucking necktie. But don't tell me you can't put together 2,500 bucks. And there is no such thing as a no-sale call. A sale is made on every call you make. Either you sell the client some stock, or he sells you on a reason he can't. Either way, a sale is made. The only question is, who's going to close, you or him? And be relentless. That's it, I'm done.
Yeah, one of the great, douchebag Wall Street guy scenes there.
It's a real, we can buy you and sell you away for jump change. I mean, we'll maybe explain that some other day. The New World he's also in, so I guess he was a Malik guy for a little while.
Good old boy
there.
from way back.
Invincible. Isn't that? Yeah, that's that movie with our favorite guy.
Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, that.
Another alum of the Apes franchise.
Yeah, we're not even going to go there. Collision Earth. I forgot that was a movie. Yeah. And Insidious, The Last Key. As far as TV.
Oz.
I'm a Sentinel. NYPD Blue. A lot of just
cop stuff.
Yeah, cop
CSI.
Stuff. Oh, did you ever see Numbers?
No, I know that's like one of the few. I feel bad for. Let me just say this. Yeah. I feel bad for math teachers. They never have anything they can show curriculum-wise to fit, and that's one of the few things that every math teacher has at their disposal is DVDs
sad.
Of numbers.
Yeah. Enrique Murciano is Kent, member of Malcolm's gang. I'm not really recognizing any of these other names. we might just move on. No offense to him, but we got other things to do.
Yeah, Franco
as a uncredited cameo appearance via a vid.
I wonder if there was any conversation whatsoever of him reoccurring in this. Yeah. And of him actually going bad, so to speak, and turning on Caesar.
He was like, no, in a few years I got to do another video moment in Alien Covenant. So, no, I can't. I got to make a habit of that.
Yeah.
You know?
So that's it for Franco in this franchise.
And that's all the cast.
What's the box office?
The budget was $170 million. It was made for $710.6, or it made $710.6. So it made its money back.
Yeah.
I want to mention once again, Weta Digital. Sorry, we don't know y'all's names. Like we apologize.
Yeah.
Y'all boys from way back. Matt Reeves.
So Matt Reeves is most now probably associated with doing these two movies.
Yeah.
Before that, he had done Cloverfield, a movie that a lot of people are kind of mixed on over the years, but is more positive than not.
I like it.
I like it quite a bit. I think it's pretty good.
I think it's good. That's a movie that freaks me out. Certain things about it that I can't.
I know.
Watch.
Before
It's
that,
just hard to
again,
watch,
he had kind of. Him and Abrams had co-created that show Felicity, and he had got success out of that. And I've heard it's a good show. I've not seen it. It sounds like a good, almost simple idea.
Yeah.
Of just about a university student going through college.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I was like, what about this is sci-fi?
Yeah, it's
and
not.
Nothing about it is. I was like, oh, okay, that's cool.
That kind of tells you everything about the J.J. Abrams brand, though. That's what you would think and jump to, and it's like actually not something that...
And it was made for the WB, so that's what's kind of... You think, okay, what about this is sci-fi, and it's not. That makes me want to watch it. But,
what do you think he adds to this franchise, maybe, for
I think
2 and 3?
He especially adds... I mean, he's a visionistical filmmaker, you know. No, I mean, I feel like he adds a very potent visual and directorial sense to these movies. That I mean, this movie in particular is famous for a couple like old long takes and stuff that are really good. And I think what I'll say about it, even though, of course, you know, that he adds a sort of or that the movies have so much, you know, special effects in them that he still shoots it like it's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So in that sense, I feel like the actors are definitely necessary, obviously, in that sense, to have there so that they can put the stuff over them later. But there is a very, you know, I basically what I'm saying is it's very well directed, very well blocked action movie, even though there is still a lot of special effects being involved.
I was just reading here too about how I had heard this story and had forgotten about it, how he and J.J. Abrams met when they were both 13 years old, so they were both children, at a Los Angeles public access cable station where they aired their short films. When Reeves and Abrams were 15 or 16 years old, Steven Spielberg hired them to transfer some of his own Super 8 films to videotape.
Yeah, so he's like, hey, y'all are good. Go transfer my stuff over. Yeah. I was like, I mean, yeah.
But, you know, I think he's, you know, this is the easiest thing you could say. I think he's a better filmmaker than J.J. Abrams has proved to be.
55 years old. I didn't know he was that.
Yeah,
I thought he'd been
hard
like
to believe. That means also Abrams would be about that old too.
Yeah.
But he's of the Abrams school a little bit, and in that universe, and I think part of J.J. Abrams'
he was a writer on Under Siege 2, Dark Territory.
Ooh. I love Under Siege 1, even though it's not really all that good.
Maybe that's something to look into.
But I feel like, you know, obviously his connection to Cloverfield, naturally, I think he would have gotten as a result of his friendship with Abrams. But then in many ways, he's, you know, a version of what J.J. Abrams is, but better.
Yeah.
In terms of his movies do have sometimes a mystery-ish / MacGuffin-ish element, but they're always more concerned with characters in the end than that, and that's one.
He
thing
also
that elevates
co-wrote
him.
The Yards with James Gray. I didn't know that. And of course, Cloverfield. You know, his first movie was the Pallbearer.
Yeah.
But then he
Kind
made
of a rom-com.
Cloverfield. Yeah. And then Let Me In is kind of a movie a lot of people.
Yeah,
like.
I've not seen that, but I know a lot of people hold that in high regard and think that's
a remake,
a really
of,
good version
Let the
of
Right One
a
In.
great movie.
Yeah. and then of course these, and then he's doing the Batman. But yeah, I agree that I think that what you said is correct about that. What was it you said? He adds some mystery elements, but it's
just that like it's more concerned with characters than a lot of Abrams stuff is.
Oh yeah, definitely. No, because I think that is what is important, especially for, and I think that they had done, Rupert White and the writers had done this in Rise, but especially in this, it is very much a movie that these two movies are very much interested in. Let's really look at Caesar the character and like let's really dig into that.
And I know I mentioned this in the past that he's a huge fan of this franchise, Matt Reeves that is. And I had read an interview years ago where he said, "Sure, I had the Star Wars action figures and I played with all that, but to me, the Planet of the Apes were like his toys of that. The Megos or action figures he had were the most prized, cool things he had.
Right.
And he wanted to always work in that realm and make those type of movies, more so than even doing a big, quote, Star Wars movie.
Right.
At this point. Another thing it said...
Yeah, he's going to be doing some stuff on that Batman the Cape Crusader show that they're doing. Yeah, it says he's going to be an executive producer on that. So that's probably part of his deal with making the Batman movie.
Biggest thing about that is Bruce Timm is returning to do that show
looks like
as well.
That's going to be cool.
I love the ear length. A lot of people don't like the long ears.
Screw them. They're wrong. Also, Gotham Pete either. He's going to have something to do with too. But yeah, he's going to be doing that new Batman movie. I think everything I've seen come out about that looks really cool and interesting. So
yeah. And so we'll undoubtedly talk about that. In terms of another Blue Plate special in the future, whenever that comes out.
But yeah, Matt Reeves, love the guy. I expect he could do literally anything else the rest of his career, and I would be like thankful that he made these movies because it's you're really making some really good action movies out of the. And even though I think they are faithful to the Planet of the Apes, and I think are very much Planet of the Apes movies, even the drawbacks of them that we have discussed. The fact that they have made people interested in this again, I think, is worth.
And I'm sure he's very happy about that. I would imagine, as he should be.
Right.
And so I guess we wanted to mention some of the reviews that come out about this. We already mentioned a little bit of Seitz's review, which again we hold him in high regard as a critic and as a writer, even though I find some problems in some things he said there. I just wanted to also refer to this. Let me just get on my random soapbox hobby horse for 2 seconds on this. Several of the reviews referred to this as like, the best film of this summer, which undoubtedly one of the very best, no question, of the summer of 2014.
Yeah.
But some of them like had very dismissive mentions of the latest X-Men movie.
Yeah.
Latest X-Men movie, which at this point would have been Days of Future Past.
Yeah.
Which in my estimation as a fan of the X-Men in general and of the film franchise, both separately and together, I count to be like the third best, which sounds like that might be low, but that's actually, I think, really good for that franchise. The first of which being, of course, Logan, which came out a few years ago. The second, to me, this should shock some people, I'm sure, the order of this. The original 2000 X-Men movie, which I think is really underrated. We can talk about that another day. But then Days of Future Past was the one that successfully brought together the original franchise characters and the new franchise characters in a pretty, frankly, seamless way. The fact that movie was good is a minor miracle, much less pretty good and sometimes great even. And a great example of Hugh Jackman as Wolverine aging into the role and a guy who was once an outsider being forced to be an unexpected leader.
Yeah.
And I would talk about this with Logan too. A lot of people have complaints about the X-Men movies. The fact that it continued to address itself and continue to not forget where it was has frankly made it one of the most endearing franchises to me, and the memory it has of itself and the evolution that in particular Hugh Jackman's Logan or Wolverine got to have over those movies. That's a very crucial point there. Also, you throw the X-Men into the 70s. Richard Nixon gets in on the action. Really just love that movie and think it's pretty underrated.
Yeah.
And frankly, this is a movie that I think might be a little better than that, but I would much rather watch that for a variety of reasons. For one thing, it doesn't have this boring prestige TV look that sometimes even this movie falls prey to, which is indicative of a lot of post-Nolan blockbusters in general.
Right.
But again, whatever.
Yeah.
Now, as we said, a lot of the reviews did start to mention that not a lot of big female characters in this. Where is that at? That needs to be updated. We could talk a little bit as well about the politics of this
It's interesting
movie.
you put them in quotation marks, because I think you're actually right in that it is more, it's weird, because it is, I think, more expressly political in a sense of, like, human aspects, and it's more allegorical than the previous film. But it also is saying some of the same things that even Beneath the Planet of the Apes sort of said, as far as this idea of, and even, of course, the original one about differing ideas about how to deal with this problem or whatever. Now you can look at it in that sense of the apes with the humans or the humans with the apes, the same thing. But also I feel like it's trying to be the kind of Martin Luther King, Malcolm X divide about of Caesar being more of, we should kind of be more accepting of our situation and do these things, whereas Koba's more of, okay, well, we need to be more violent and do these things, like Malcolm X would have been, more or less. So I feel like it is making those statements, which also X-Men is already made by that point. But so that's its basic sense of that, I think. There's not a whole lot of other politics here. But
another thing I'd like to mention here about Caesar's character and its function within these movies is I feel like sometimes they have their cake and eat it too with Caesar, in the sense of like, well, he's our hero, he's our protagonist, he's a little more in the middle, but naturally when it comes to apes versus the humans, the movies want us to root for the apes above all else. So I feel like it's kind of disingenuous that he's always like, well, I don't know, but then I'm forced to fight in it. And he never really finally turns in a definitive way that maybe by the third one a little more so, but I feel like that transition sometimes isn't as distinct as it maybe could be.
What I'll argue for it is that I think in a lot of this is informed by the fact that James Franco, as a father figure to him, he saw the goodness in humans, and he's like, okay, well, I understand where these other apes don't, that humans can be good.
Yeah.
And this movie's kind of him still continuing to believe that. And the third movie, though, is spoiler for those who don't know, his son is killed by Woody Harrelson's character, and therefore that's him finally saying, no, I have no use for these humans at this point, we're just going to destroy them all. So I feel like there is a kind of evolution in that sense, but I understand what you mean where it's not as clean as it should be, and it's kind of muddy, and but
anything else we want to say about this movie?
Not really, other than that it's a really exciting movie in ways, action wise, in ways that even War is not, which we can talk about next week. But as far as the minor problems with that movie, but it's a really fun, good action movie that is it's good.
So we're going to take a brief break. You're going to hear the trailer for Dawn of the Planet of the Apes, and then we're going to dive right into the movie.
We don't mean any harm!
I know why you're scared. It took us 4 years fighting that virus, but we are survivors!
It was a virus created by scientists in a lab. You can't blame the apes.
Who the hell else am I gonna blame?
We need to give them a chance.
Welcome, they're animals. Please.
I've seen things. I've seen the way they are. They want what we want, to survive.
Caesar, home. This is your home. Your home.
Are you aware they are going to turn on you? They don't want a war.
No, don't shoot!
Caesar, you have to go. Go. Where?
Apes! Together! Strong!
War, it's not what you want. There must be another way.
War has already begun.
And here we are, we're back. So, Levi, why is Dawn of the Planet of the Apes rated PG-13?
For intense sequences of sci-fi violence and action and brief, strong language. People going, oh, 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 you know. But anyway,
there you go.
Oh, that was turned the wrong way. We got it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of the bad language refers to any sign language that was used throughout.
Yeah.
I don't know if that
We'll see.
Yeah. All right, so we're watching this off the Blu-ray because we're old fogies and we like physical media. Hitting play.
Troll bogies.
Hitting play in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
You know.
Yep. Going back to the old 20th Century Fox, our old pal.
You know, we didn't get Flag last week, you said, right?
No.
I guess it's these movies are in a different category.
I guess so. Who knows?
Which is strange.
But why would they flag the old ones?
Because
and then not the new ones.
Because they don't make any sense.
Yeah. Maybe that's
you know what
why.
I mean? You dig?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we did say, I think, last week between this one, as far as talking about box office, that this one did crack the top 10 for this year.
TSG, more like LFG.
And I think part of that has to do with, obviously, people were reminded of what this was and like, oh, okay, it's a new version of this. So
right. I mean, TSG, again, why not LFG?
For all the bellyaching we did earlier, rightfully so, I think, it is mind-blowing that these movies did not win Academy Awards for the visual effects. But
say it one more time. TSG, why not LFG? Okay? Or LMG, even. Uh-oh, what's going on here?
Uh-oh, Bloomberg's to blame.
Put those subtitles on, we forgot.
Oh, this is a random thing I was going to mention. I don't want to be too petty about this, but did you notice, I think Sites referred to Caesar as a gorilla when he's a chimpanzee. This random thing I thought.
I don't even remember.
That ain't that big a deal, but I was like, oh, that's not right. But whatever. Who knows? We can all be wrong sometimes. And guys, as we said, like in this reality, nukes never really entered the equation in terms of what wiped out humanity.
This has been more realistic as far as the last 2 years, I guess. But
yeah.
I remember we were watching this the moment we were watching it. We just kind of laughed as like that Obama was still president then, and it was just like, and clearly that's like a hurricane preparedness thing or something. And it's like
I'll never forget in the second Transformers movie, there's like global catastrophes. The Decepticons were attacking the world. And it showed this brief clip in the movie, the news of Obama has been evacuated.
Yeah.
The president has been evacuated to so and so, and it showed clips of him getting on a plane. I remember just being like, well, that was in 2009, I remember, and being like, really? Like, stupid. Because I know the whole goal for that is, for a lot of people and the filmmakers, is to think, oh, that ingratiates the audience into thinking this is, quote, real.
Yeah.
That these real people are talking about these things, but that to me usually takes me out of it. It's like, oh, this is a fake thing acting as though it's real,
Yeah, I agree.
Like when I see Anderson Cooper, Wolf Blitzer, like when Wolf Blitzer's talking about MI6 headquarters blew up in Skyfall, or like Anderson Cooper's talking about, Superman.
Yeah.
But that just takes me out of it. All respect in the world, by the way, to both Wolf Blitzer and Anderson Cooper. But I think I remember Bill Maher popping up in Dawn of Justice.
Popped up in Iron Man, too.
Yeah, he did. He was in Iron Man 2,
Yeah.
I think, yeah, and Iron Man 3, either one. I don't know. Who cares?
It's all BS anyway.
Yeah. I mean, where is the Snapper car representation in the DCEU?
Yeah.
That's my question.
Wait. Something is moving inside the crater. Yeah.
It would be way cooler is, like, if you get, like, you know, oh gosh, what's Nicole Kidman's character in Batman? Or not
Chase
Nicole
Meridian?
Kidman. Not Nicole Kidman, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Kate Basinger in the first Batman.
Kim Basinger?
Kim Basinger in
Vicky Vale?
Vicky Vale. Like an older Vicky Vale popping up, played by Kim Basinger.
Yeah.
That would be way cooler to me than just taking a real news person and, you know, whatever.
Oh, well.
And it's like before they go to the commercial break, it's like, I've been in the Batcave. And they're like, wait, what? And uh-oh. The deer freaking out.
They use motion capture for the deer.
And this is pretty directly quoting from 2001 almost, you know. Daggum deer taking out these apes.
A lot of people mentioned the score of this movie, which I'm going to be paying attention to because I never thought about it, but, you know, as I normally don't, but...
This is a good intro into showing how the apes are sustaining themselves and how they themselves are hunting and gathering.
And it's very much a, like, you know, Neanderthal, early human idea of, like, you know, that.
Using his ape sense to
not listening.
Yeah.
The Revenant moment.
Yeah. Is this the same bear? Found word.
Could be. He's like, oh, I'll deal with it because I'm insane. It's like, okay.
It's kind of funny to just see these animals just screaming and yelling at each other. Like,
and that one of them has been given human traits, and the other one's just like a bear. Like, you know. Once again, did they do motion capture for the bear? I mean, I want to know the answer. Well, they got a bear to eat now.
Yeah, bear meat. Never partaken in bear meat.
Nope. Never will probably either, but, you know, that's just me, you know.
Did we say, was this 5-10 years after the original? 10, okay. Couldn't remember. These chimps that showed up late, like looking around, like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Like,
the dummies.
Hey, what happened?
Horses.
Yep. So we've got Horps on Maceback.
Yeah.
Apes on horseback again.
We did in the last movie briefly
76
too,
station.
Yeah. They go back there later, I think. So that dirty little virus, I guess, is taking everybody out, you know?
Yeah.
Except for these apes. But so yeah, it's unclear, like I said, if there would have been more apes in the world that were affected and they're smarter.
Yeah.
But my point being that it didn't focus on other ones. It's just focused like these are the only ones anywhere, you know.
And my favorite of all these, the cute little baby monk teas, you know.
The monk teas, yeah.
Return to monk.
No, you need to learn how to read, like ape not kill ape. I wonder who the General Aldo is of this group. That's like, like, and, you know, I don't want to learn. Like, you know, the canopy.
Mm-hmm. The hallowed ground. That one. What's up with him?
It's like a ceremonial thing. I guess they're like the wife's giving birth.
Yeah.
I say this like it's normal. It's like, oh, ceremonial, you know. It's like apes like putting on like weird masks, but you know.
Imagine the oddity of staging this scene motion capture.
Yeah, this is like apes giving birth, an ape giving birth, and another ape.
Mm-hmm.
Like we needed another one. I do just think it's funny they've got those ceremonial masks on in the background. It's like, oh, we are the priests or something. I don't know what they are.
Priests and priestesses.
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 Zins.
Old Maurice.
Went and washed his face.
Mm-hmm.
That big old like goozle.
Yeah.
Know him like you did.
Or what Giamatti's takes on all these movies.
He's like, I don't care. Yeah. Like, you know, like
no offense.
No offense, but I could give a rat's ass. You know? Some of my nervous people say I could give a rat's butt. Just like say it if you're gonna say it, or say or like just don't say it at all. Like,
or don't be talking about rats. Like, you know, in the vein of Snitches and Rats is the song.
Yeah. An avid participator, or an active participator.
Again, as we said last week, it is very fascinating to me that, you know, good portions of this movie are them using sign language instead of speaking, which is, you know, very much not something you're accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie.
I wouldn't like to call this. You're gonna maybe even laugh when I say this because this sounds like too much, and I don't even necessarily agree with it. It's like pseudo art house. This movie, the ways that it's like literally like we're gonna have these non-human characters walking around speaking sign language in a blockbuster movie. You know, it's just pretty weird.
Yeah.
But it quickly goes into all this stuff, so it's like whatever. But they're just like, what? Like, oh, I'll get you. Like. They're like pissed off.
Mm-hmm. I don't really see many gorillas so far yet. Chimps and...
There were a couple earlier.
Yeah. Orangutans.
This dummy.
When they realize the return to monk,
as some people say, good going, Awa.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like. Oh. That's another thing I like about these movies. It doesn't not over the other ones, but just that there's a lot more. You know.
Yeah.
So you know, it's always fun.
Yeah. Something we do often off mic.
Yeah.
So
we just walk around going.
I mean,
you know?
yeah, why not? Is there something socially wrong with that?
No, I don't think so.
Probably, but I don't care.
Okay. Humans gasp.
No, that one word, anyways.
Ooh, new teaching materials.
Yeah.
What, did he go to Teacher Treasures? Like,
yeah.
Stop by the Office Depot, like, a bag. Like, oh my God. Like, there's one.
Yeah. Feels like a level of Donkey Kong when jumping across them. So here we see Golden Gate Bridge again after the first movie. That is something interesting about this one. I remember is still in the San Francisco area.
Yeah,
much of the city has been overgrown, obviously, in the subsequent years.
Yeah, it is. That's something I really like about it too. Is that it makes it feel like it is what it is. It creates the world of itself. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. It like has sets and
we need to talk.
Exteriors and interiors.
Some stuff got out of hand. What? Like
monk to you named their heels. That's what's interesting about the humans I remember in these movies are not quite as even at the point of militarism as the ones of the next one are in terms of what's left.
Which those are like pretty definitive army people, at least. This is like people who were in the army that are more just kind of like everywhere else. Like, they're more cut off from everybody. Like,
yeah.
You know.
What about the dirty little virus, Ellie?
What about that dirty little virus?
She worked with the CDC. She knows.
In the news, the CDC.
I love it. Like, she works with the CDC, like, whatever, like, exposition, like.
She's on Fauci speed dial.
What is it? Did Basil Exposition write these scenes?
Wonder what Fauci's up to in this proverbial.
He's probably dead.
Future, yeah.
Because most people would be, so.
Yeah. He was like, last words or moment was clutching the baseball card, the Topps baseball card that got made of him throwing the first pitch at that Nats game.
No, I'm not kidding. I don't want to create a panic.
Too late.
Taking a ride.
Let me just clarify something when talking about Fauci. None of that was meant in any way as a slur or diminishment of.
Yeah, enough
Anthony
people
Fauci.
do that stupidly. So
No, I didn't mean it as that.
Yeah,
just want to be clear about that.
Hearing some people bad mouthing this week, so you know. Yeah, because y'all clearly know more than he does, so yeah.
So this is what's left of the San Franciscan civilization, I guess.
Yeah. And they just got there like, oh, whatever, you know.
Yeah.
They got in, so.
This area needs to return to monk.
Yeah, really.
You know, Koba, the Warhawk's always like, well, gotta go in.
He's like, what is this crap?
That, like, stink face
Circus
does. Is
yeah.
like so good. Circus and the Weta Digital. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Should be said.
Why don't y'all shut up?
Go to war. Do it again for me. Like,
I mean, Martin Sheen, he could have been in these.
Yeah.
I don't know that one.
I don't know what that means.
Tomorrow?
Like 2 minutes. Walking around. Look at him.
And that's something obviously we need to always remember about Koba. While he is obviously the more militaristic of the apes, he was subjected, you know, to all this horrific testing and torture, essentially, which informs why he's as angry as he is.
No, I grab hand for now, but return to monk soon.
Forthcoming return to monk. How quickly they're just like getting into this whole city and just like. Real Curious George meets Fight Club vibe from the score and them entering,
Does kind of sound like the original Goldsmith score.
Yeah, a little bit. Whoops.
Yeah. Something I really love, a tradition of these movies, is to just have one-word names for everybody and everything,
Taylor, Nova. Yeah. Landon, I mean.
Culp, I mean, yeah. Oh my God. Sounds like he's just wanting to go,
Ape will ride a horse.
Ape will go,
Ape will return to monk.
Here's your garbage, like, vibes, you know?
Yeah. Really, it's all about the vibes more than anything else.
It's all about the filth.
Yeah.
It's about the filth we made along the way, you know?
Never the two shall meet. As you said earlier, their whole goal is to just turn the power on, essentially.
Right.
And while for now that seems innocent enough, I guess the apes would presume that, well, that might restore their power or their strength, and then they might then come after us more thoroughly. But humans clamoring. That's kind of the subtitle of this whole franchise.
Really. It's like crap. Like
humans crapping in their hands and rubbing it on their face.
I mean, everyone moment. Yeah. Humans are crapping in their hands and rubbing it on their face.
Oh my gosh, like, why wasn't Busey in the 90s versions of these that could have been made, you know? Like, the Oliver Stone version.
I mean, you know, that's a reference to that, you know?
Yeah. We're all thinking it. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody said yeah to that. Because there's apes on horseback. We're going to have to pawn off the fidget spinners.
Yeah.
I guess that's filmed by the wayside in recent years.
Thankfully.
Be the next stupid thing. I remember back when we worked at Target, those things used to go off, just sold like no time. I remember kids always asking about them.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously, that's another aspect of this, of wanting to connect to other humans too, which they wouldn't want them to do. So
yeah.
There is no alternative power source. That dam is the only option.
This reminds me a little bit of Stephen King's book, The Stand.
Yeah.
All their efforts to restart the kind of the power station in that.
Once that happens, I won't be able to go out there with a bullhorn and calm everybody down. That power to get rid of
this performance kind of reminds me of Peter Fonda and the Limey, like a villain, but like a desperate villain and like not really all that effective of a villain. Is just like
he's not nearly as craven as Woody Harrelson is.
No.
In the next one. We could have we should have a spin-off like Lion King 1.5 situation of Oldman and Harrelson's characters, like maybe a tryst they once had and they fell out. Like bag.
Yeah, they don't even know us. They're like, we'll figure it out. Like,
imagine him as working in the water department. See, in this world, like kind of being a bonehead like that, you're just instantly the top of the ladder because like, you know how to work the water, so I guess you're important just by virtue of that. Well, what's the name of the next one? War.
Yeah. You'd be right. Which?
It should be like the next one is like Peace of the Planet of the Apes. Like, let's just chill out.
Yeah.
Vibe. Like, everybody's cool. Like, these Greek or Roman names: Alexander, Caesar,
Greco-Roman wrestling going on.
I mean, Zeus. I mean, I don't know what culture that comes from, but the squad.
Yeah,
top tier squad incoming.
Don't do it.
Water department bonehead of it. If he just got out and ran, shot in the air, bang, 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 and just like, just draw them to me, like,
yeah.
They should just hand him over to experimental. Sock it to me, you know. Tricky Dick once said.
Looking like a cowboy.
Cowboy.
I'm a cowboy. Gonna steal all that rat.
Reminds me, there was this show Jason Clarke was on, a TV show in the mid or early 2010s. The Chicago Code that our cousin and recent father, Philip Bryant, congratulations to him and Mia. little phoenix is now in the world. We're
Mm-hmm.
blessed for that. But that he was obsessed with watching the first season of the Chicago Code.
Okay.
And like
What
kept
happened
saying,
on that
it was
show?
just some cop show that was indeed in Chicago.
No, I thought it was going to be in Seattle, but you know,
created by Sean Ryan, who's the creator behind The Shield and some other shows. But Jason Clarke was the lead in it, and then also had Delroy Lindo as kind of the villain.
Yeah. Okay.
But he kept like, oh no, I bet it'll be good, and like kept watching episodes of, and then I think it just kind of was whatever, and it got canceled after a season.
And they're like, I thought we told you you can't come back here. Like, you need to get out of here.
It should be said it got good enough reviews as a cop show, but it's good. But just thought I'd give some Chicago Code representation in here.
The Chicago Code, like the hell is that?
Well, those apes are gibbering again.
But yeah, Phoenix, if you're ever listening back to this episode, don't listen to that Chicago Code crap. Just
I know Dad's
do
pushing
your own
it, but...
thing, you know, like be you know. I'll do my best to get Planet of the Apes on the brain, but you know, it's a work in progress.
Look at Jason Clarke's face.
He's like, oh my God.
And this is a good example of Ewan McGregor school of acting and having to act amongst all this stuff that's not there.
Well, there are people there, I guess.
Yeah, but not the effect.
Yeah, I know.
Literally just looking like this, or people just standing around in suits.
Yeah.
I mean, just suiting like white mocap suits.
You can tell Code was like, I will gut him in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Trust me when I say I'm not looking to see it, but you never do see any ape genitalia.
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, and I didn't say anything
Again,
about it.
not that I want to see it,
Yeah.
but that's just, you know. But you're not going to get away with showing that anyway.
Don't have any of it hanging around anywhere.
Yeah. Drooping
and hanging and no suns, you know.
You know what an interesting plot of these movies could have been is that earthquakes and or forest fires occur.
Yeah.
And the apes need the human expertise in dealing with them to put them out, because that's obviously something that happens a lot in California.
Yeah.
And that kind of leads to an increased relationship between them and the tensions that come with that.
Is any of this making any sense to you?
Yeah, I know what that is. You can't
The
have
lights
it.
that light the lights.
You can't have it.
If you can allow us, let us do our work here. You brought others. Just a few. I'm not a threat. If I am, then I guess you can kill me.
Okay.
Any excuse they can take, like.
I can't wait for this guy's death.
Yeah,
I don't even
you can tell
remember.
he's just a
I don't
stooge.
even remember what it is. I just know that
Yeah.
it'll happen. But
Want to start the car?
Put the gun away. What do you think that means? Do you speak English? Like,
what does that mean? It means give the guns away. I'm very curious they wouldn't just want to hold them onto them for themselves and use them. But...
yeah, that's true. So, okay, yeah, be insane.
Yeah.
Well, that wouldn't be a bad idea either.
It's almost like
2 or 3,
coming
I
at
don't know.
it from the best intentions from their end.
Yeah.
Well, not always the best intentions, but looking to survive purely.
Yeah. That's what I said. He's not a very pretty looking fella, is he?
No, but, you know.
Yeah.
In many ways, he's the ape Charles Manson in the sense of they made him who he is,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh, I'll get down. Like,
Let me just say this guy is way more sympathetic to Kobe even than Charles Manson
Yeah.
ever was, but, you know.
it's a real, you know, being John Malkovich, and all that, the man behind the marionettes and the woman behind the man.
Yeah.
You know, like,
and the girl on his arm.
and
you
the
know?
girl on his arm.
Refer to the casino episode if you need any reminders. Go.
Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I got some pure sustenance for you, you know. Pure substances, like.
He saw things no kid should see, and I'm not letting us go back to that.
You know what makes you wonder what Tom Green in this universe is up to
Yeah,
at this
I
point.
wonder.
You know,
Yeah.
him and Chris Elliott, maybe that should be a road movie. You know, like a road goofy comedy of them like going across the
fish
country,
out of water comedy,
like meeting
yeah.
some apes along the way.
Yeah.
And then they dually play another duo of apes also
Yeah.
taking a road trip, and they mocap them too.
Yeah.
So they play really like 2 roles apiece.
Right.
And then they like body swap.
A body swap
Yeah,
comedy.
Yeah. It'd be curious to know. I mean, it never happened. I don't think it even should, maybe. But if this whole franchise took a comedic detour,
Yeah.
what that would look like. Body swap comedy. That's what I think. An ape in a human body and a human in an ape body.
Carver, that's enough. How'd she die? That's enough. For your wife, for that matter. Carver, you better say it before I kick your ass.
So nobody likes this guy.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, nobody likes him, but he knows how to work the thing. It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. I guess you are.
yeah, you're right. It's like, they should, like, basically be like, how do you know how to do that stuff? Can you explain it to me? And then just kill him. Like,
Oh, yeah, yeah. And then, like,
Yeah.
got him from behind
Yeah.
in the showers, like.
Yeah, he said it's a shame with this movie that it's like Judy Greer, who normally has to play these roles, they've even got like mocapped in a corner, sick with a baby. It's just like the most demotion you can ever give a human being. Like,
But like I said, does that look like her? Really? I mean,
I think that looks more like her than Koba looks like Toby Kebbell.
Yeah.
But Toby Kebbell didn't play him in the first movie either, so maybe that's part of the reason is that they had to make him still look like he did. I don't know. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Don't care. Like. I like to read. I want it.
I too am a man of letters.
Eat it.
It's kind of funny to see Maurice on a horse as
Yeah.
big as he is.
Yeah, it's like the horses fall over.
Ooh.
Yeah, he's gonna go do his weirdness.
Yeah.
He's gonna play Monk here in a minute. You know.
Yeah.
Most of the oxygen seems functional. We're testing him out back.
Look who here, all this stuff, you know.
And again, from Koba's perspective, if you saw that these humans had all these guns, why wouldn't you assume that they also
They're gonna use them?
Are going to attack? You know, attack in the ATTAC sense. You know.
Yeah. Or AK even.
Yeah. I mean, this guy played one of the meth heads towards the end of Breaking Bad.
Oh, really? Yeah. He looks like he would have been.
And then like Biker, well, not Biker, but those Aryan Brotherhood, you know, those guys at the very end, where they were. Whatever white trash variety.
Yeah.
I mean, you're not a looker yourself, but you know.
Playing Monk.
Oh, yeah.
It's funny, this part of the movie's like, let's get the power on. Like,
yeah.
You know?
The power is
but
yours.
I don't totally remember it. Don't they come to the realization that it won't work or something anyway?
I can't remember, yeah, maybe
I don't
so.
remember, but... And it's just like... ultimate, just like... Nope, man.
Yeah.
It's like a new Hollywood ending halfway through, you know? It's like... I don't remember. Maybe not, but you know what's funny is that I literally guessed. I was like, probably Sarah. Yeah, that's what it is.
That is something interesting that I feel like the movie I wish explored a little more was the nature of the surrogate familyhood of the humans. Of like, well, a lot of people lost, and they're creating these seemingly temporary families almost just to get through the chaos and aftermath of all this.
Like, oh, we gotta save your AWS, you know.
Your $, $.
Thank you. You saved our lives.
We're eternally grateful.
Monk on the loose. Baby monk.
Baby monk tea.
Yeah.
Reminds me of a cat.
Yeah.
Except it's a monkey.
Yeah. This kind of is a good example of showing the whole idea of nature versus nurture, that, you know, intrinsically there is nothing about apes and humans that shouldn't be able to get along.
Yeah.
Obviously, that, you know, they're both, you know, living creatures who can find grace or joy in one another, but obviously then you got dadgum this guy. A human monk of sorts.
Yeah.
Like, uh-oh.
I'll kill you. Don't, Caesar, no. No.
Let's take a look, shall we?
Caesar with a shotgun.
Is that how it works? Let's try it on you. Like,
had such a great tender moment a second ago.
Oh well,
and
it's over now.
Return to monk. Like, some of this scenery and the logging, you know, it gives me sometimes a great.
That's what I was
vibe.
thinking a minute ago. Is like, is this near there somewhere?
It's a little farther north from here. Baby's like, I was just vibing, like.
It's funny that turned into that quickly because of that boob.
Yeah.
You know. Well, he'll die. So.
Malcolm, where are you going?
I'm sorry. It was all my fault, but I will make him leave.
This is my home. Should not be here.
I understand. She's sick.
How long has she been sick?
Like, you know nothing about.
I have medicine.
Antibody. No. Like,
I have some anti-ape.
yeah, like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, no, please, like, and then they're nope. Help me help you.
Those little ceremonial masks they wear almost look like surgical masks too.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
That kind of looks like Andy Serkis'
Yeah.
face there.
Okay. Come on, man. Like.
Why would he even want to hang around there
Yeah.
anyways? Like, looks like he's gonna spit in his face.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Yo, Alex. This relay's busted. See if there's another one.
Just relay. Go to the relay department, like, and see if there's any more relays.
Go to the
laying around.
Tashi stations. Figure it out. Over
there.
One Caesar.
One Caesar.
What?
What you want.
He's over there watching his stories.
Yeah.
Attack your sons. You let them stay. Put apes in danger. Caesar loved humans more than apes. More than your sons.
Monk throwdown.
Well, they're like, can we just like back out or?
So can we go back to working on the water?
He gonna be sore tomorrow.
Yeah.
And for many days to come.
I'll sit and stew on it for a little bit.
Teenager, I guess.
Yeah, teenage apes.
Oh man, like
I can't deal, basically.
we lie.
Mm-hmm.
The lies we tell ourselves vibes.
It's very clear from our perspective. He doesn't love humans. It's just he may have loved certain humans once, but not now. Now you have a book.
I won't read book.
Yeah. My new textbook for the children.
I won't go read Dwayne Reed pick up medicine moment.
Do you have picture book My Pet Goat to read to children? You know. And that's a big deal, obviously, at this time, is to, there's not a lot of entertainment going around, so if you're giving up a book to somebody, that means more than it even would now. you know, we should notice this more in movies, but it's just kind of hilarious that, like, waking up in a tent from all the conditions that are going on, that's like, you still just look automatically as good as Jason Clarke and Kerry Russell do as people. You know, just how Hollywood that is.
Yeah.
You know, just like fake. 'Cause you gotta imagine the smells and these people smell, and then all they wouldn't be looking this good. Return of Monk. Let's play a game. Just chilling,
hanging out. Wow.
We all know it's going south.
Yeah.
Well, at least they had a little bit of kind of a nice little get together before they died.
Nice little end of their lives.
Nice little play date, you know.
You know, there's that Bugs Bunny in the suit looking like the Godfather. I wish you somebody's like, I wish you a very nice end of your lives, like, or what it was like, you know, in that moment.
Yeah.
Well, I always remember this scene as a real calm before the storm moment that happens. Like.
Well, if you need to load up, you know. $6 gas. That's what it was, I guess, for the very bitter end.
When I think about this scene, a random amount of like this plan and these people dancing and Caesar just looking around like, what the hell is any of this? Like,
the band. Like,
I mean,
the
moment.
The band.
I mean, Easy Rider moment. When you imagine these people are so bored, they're just like, "Oh my god!" Like this song.
That guy had that CD he'd been carrying around for that long, and waiting for the right moment.
Yeah, I think it was in there, or they found it, but
okay.
That would be even funnier.
Yeah.
Also, it did work. Okay. Whatever. Levi Huffman doesn't remember. Pepperidge Farm does, though.
Yeah. He's all brooding by him lonesome.
Yeah.
Him and Coben need to hang out. Maybe they chill each other out, or we'll kill each other.
Kill
Either
each
way,
other out, yeah.
Kill each other off. But he hears it even. He's like, yeah.
Well, this is the end of his
sweet
life.
tunes.
So.
It was justice that these two meet, you know?
Yeah.
They both knew no negotiation needed to take place.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, everything's nice. Like.
That light the lights.
But, you know, there have been mental cruelties on both sides.
Yeah.
So, you know. Them ceremonial chimps are like, we can't do anything right. Like,
Yeah.
Were they willing to burn their own
Yeah.
place down to do all this? Oh, and yeah, they were gonna try to kill him. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, WTF, Koba.
Koba.
He's gonna play the whole "oh, I was dead" moment, and then come back later. So.
False flag operation.
This would be the best case scenario for the humans, though. Because it's just like, well, we got it working now, we'll just kill all them off, who cares, but, you know. Huh?
Human gun. James Gunn.
Run.
As far as the destruction of the culture, you know, it's comparable.
Of James Gunn keeping making movies. Yeah.
And or tweeting. Like when you retweet your burner account, you know, like. Yeah, Koba's so desperate, he's willing to burn down their own base of operations, basically. I'm trying to remember, and I can't quite. When I was first watching this, if I really thought Caesar was dead.
Oh, I mean, no. I mean, I wouldn't have thought that.
I don't think I would have, but I can't remember. Which just shows you how cynical we are made by Hollywood.
Well, I
because
mean,
of that,
that's just
you
the way
know.
it is. I
Yeah.
mean, you know.
I mean, it's like, again, the quote from Charles Manson, yet again, anybody who knows the garbage cans in the alley understands how.
You're like, oh, yeah.
Calm before the storm. Look like that was probably alcohol. Never looked like a Sprite bottle.
Yeah.
I have Sprite. Like,
It's interesting that Reeve chose to put the camera on all the children there. Like, these are the people that will die.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, like, tablet chimes.
Rub my face in it.
There's a tablet.
Yeah.
What about a Padlet? You ever used a Padlet?
I think so.
Yeah. You have. This moment in the trailer made me almost want to laugh, like, or he's like crying. It's like there's nothing inherently funny about it. It's just his facial expression. It's just funny to me to imagine this character with a family.
Yeah.
You know, it's just kind of hard to believe, but
It was the first time he's seen these
Yeah.
faces in a while because, you know, the power's been out or died off.
So there's nothing at all funny about this in the movie, but in the trailer, it was just in the middle of all these other things, and then
Yeah.
it was just here. It was like, okay, like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's what I think is better about, and I mean, he's a better actor than Woody Harrelson. I like Woody Harrelson,
Yeah.
but this character is more interesting to me because he's not terribly a bad guy, really. He's just kind of like, well, just trying to do what I got to do, you know. Whoops.
I wonder if they would have got in contact with Dan Aykroyd's Ghostbusters place, you know, from
Yeah.
the trailer from that, like, shop's closed or whatever it says
Oh.
in that trailer.
Well, I thought it was Bill Murray's who that was.
And that's Dan Aykroyd, I think. Pretty
Oh,
sure
it
it's
is
his
him.
voice in
We're
that.
closed, is all he says. Yeah.
But Bill Murray is going to be in it.
Well,
though.
yeah, but I don't know.
It's like, can't have nothing, like, just when we get this going.
Oh well. Party's over.
And again, going back to Oldman's character, he's mostly here acting in self-defense. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, it less of a clear-cut villain than Harrelson
Yeah.
is. And we'll talk about this next week, but Harrelson's clearly going for like a Colonel Kurtz like thing with that one.
Yeah. Got a bulletproof vest on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's not going to work out. Sorry to say. So. Yeah, they're going to, so.
Assault of Monk, like.
Going for a real Helm's Deep vibes here, you know. Not even the children. That's fine.
It's too bad Coleman Domingo isn't here armed with his
Yeah.
welcome to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
He just starts blasting them.
New to the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's
That's
not
like
happy.
That's like the Sioux with the horse. Like, they barely have these things,
Yeah.
and they instantly know
Right.
how to use them in
Yeah.
war, basically. I can't even imagine what actually shooting this scene would
Oh,
have
I
had
don't
to
know.
look like.
Yeah.
This is frankly one of the more impressive aspects. I mean, all the visual effects are, of
Yeah.
course, great, but trying to imagine what this would have, the lighting of this had
Yeah.
to be, and the physical and visual effects.
Koba, all about that. All about that LMG, you know?
Yeah.
Like, instead of LFG.
But getting all the lighting right for this, like,
Yeah.
nearly impossible task. That alone, this scene alone should have
Yeah.
won the visual effects Oscars, but nothing else.
Oh, well.
I know this year Interstellar won it.
Yeah. What would have been for 2017?
I'll have to look that one up. Wow.
Just
akimbo.
Literally all time. Well, that guy's not alive. Was it Shape of Water?
Maybe that one Best Picture. Blade Runner 2049.
Oh,
actually
okay.
won.
Literally all these, I'm like, well, okay, I guess.
The
but
nominees that year were Blade Runner 2049, Guardians of the Galaxy 2, Kong Skull Island, Last Jedi, and War for the Planet of the Apes.
Oh, so Shape of Water wasn't even nominated.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I said it would have been between Blade Runner and
Yeah.
War. I mean, it'd be. But the fact that none of these won
Yeah.
is a bit ridiculous. Wow. Image of all time.
Yeah. You got to give it to him.
Yeah.
He's committed, you know. Well, goodbye.
Guy had a good last ride, you know.
So, are they gonna get along after this? You think? Or?
I don't like the chances.
I know this is a big moment in the movie people talk about just being a really weird, like, great shot choice for a movie like this. Is just like, okay, like, it was random. Break down the walls! Break the wall down!
I mean, Y2J.
Yeah.
If you know, you know.
Walls of Jericho!
He should have been the villain if they did a fourth one, you know? Just like, I don't know. If
Yeah.
He would have been about, but.
Well, that's into that.
Yeah. Well, we had a brief little nice run there.
There's still like 45 minutes left in this. It's like, well, what happens the rest of the
Yeah.
time? I don't even remember exactly, but I know him and Koba have the big bad fight, but
Yeah, because isn't he like a ghost in the
yeah.
next one? Yeah. Can't quite remember. Excuse me. He should have said E2 Cuba or Cuba.
Cuba.
Cuba. Cuba.
Cuba and the Cuba and a 2-string.
Yeah.
What?
And the 2-step.
On the peace train. You know. Now, what have you done for me? You know, like.
Just thinking about her earnestly acting, to like Andy Serkis, like
in his way,
yeah. So look at Jason Clarke's the intensity of his eyes there. Looking again was looking at Andy Serkis just laying there like.
Because really, the real acting in these movies are the people who have to react to this nonsense. You know, like
imagine how utterly surreal it would be as an actor who was like a Jason Clarke or Kerry Russell, the humans, to see the final version,
and then they're like,
and you're seeing yourself, and you're like, I think I remember doing that, but then like it's like a monkey or an ape there,
a monkey,
you know,
that was going oh. Like,
I imagine that'd be utterly surreal to see, you know. It would probably be like an out of body experience because you remember doing that stuff, but then it feels like it's just totally other thing. Yeah, why wouldn't they run away? Like,
now why don't you just do it? Like, what?
Oh, it's funny how he is expressing this like utter annoyance.
Yeah.
Like, what? Like, that is a moment you can kind of see the human expression there. Yeah, that'll get people on your side.
Yeah.
Just pure brute force, I guess, is his idea.
Well.
Wow.
Caesar, God.
Meet the new balls, exponentially worse than the old balls.
Yeah.
No.
Well, actually, I should be if we're going by.
Yeah, line of succession. We're like Welcome to America vibes, you know, from that shot. Caesar, what?
Gotta go back see the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter.
Oh, I forgot that
the
symbol was the window he went through. Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that James Franco? Actor James Franco?
Maven Maven.
Is that what I said last
You
week?
said Maven something about somebody one time.
Taylor Kitsch. I think
Yeah,
it
that's
was,
what it
yeah.
was, yeah.
It's not safe.
Is the only one that can stop this.
So putting all the humans in cages, so it's getting a little closer to, you know, the reality of the original movies.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really remember. We'll see it, I guess, by the end of the third movie. But do we see the apes start to wear like human clothing or clothing
No,
at all?
not-
Yeah.
Well, that one that talks a lot more that's real weird, you remember? He wears that like ski jacket. He
yeah.
wears it, but he's just a weirdo anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, Maven, Taylor Kitsch. Is it just me, or is it too presumptive and too hopeful that this much overgrowth will happen in a urban area during an apocalypse? So haven't we destroyed the earth enough where that won't happen, sadly?
I feel like a lot of this is hypothetical because nobody knows either way what it would really, what would really happen. I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe it could. I don't know.
I mean, it probably would, but plus once we stop destroying the planet with our garbage, like...
Well, even in this reality where, like, presumably greenhouse emissions would drop as low as by 95 or more percent, you know, many of the geological and changes that would be wrought by climate change would still take many years to work themselves out even before it would, quote, totally adjust back to like a natural state. But I would imagine.
Yeah.
But in terms of superficial stuff like the overgrowth happening, that might could. I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, it's all hypothetical.
That whole shot would have been really difficult. That one that went on would have been real difficult to shoot too. All the lighting on the...
I mean, that's the thing that blows me usually more than any kind of creatures or anything that visual effects in terms of artificial light that is like created. I mean, sometimes it usually has some basis in real lighting, but it's still should be created. Same goes for me when you see somebody just visually, as an artist, is able to create the illusion of light in pictures and drawings and art, you know.
It's a really weird looking ape, you know. The Maven. Grave A. If you ever want Grave A explained to you, just ask me in person sometime.
Yeah,
if you
or
ever meet
email
me.
us at HuffmanBrothersProductions at gmail.com. Again, that's HuffmanBrothersProductions at gmail.com. No spaces, no underscores.
No caps. No ball caps.
No cap guns.
Oh. Huh? I got to know.
Hey, I got to know. I mean, another San Francisco movie.
Yeah.
Dirty Harry.
It's time to give up drawing. Like, you know.
Ain't got nothing else to do.
Yeah, it's like,
know,
but whatever. Ain't like anybody's ever gonna see it though.
Well, it's not about that. It's just about personal expression.
I get it. Okay.
Do you hate art? Like,
do I hate the arts? Like,
I mean, maybe, maybe not. You know,
I don't know. Maybe I remember him. I'm like, yeah, sadly.
Well, why you mad, bro?
Huh? It's like that guy on Malcolm in the Middle. It's like,
I
real slow. Like, you know. Or like, what's that kid on Hey Arnold that's like,
oh, yeah. I'm gonna Google that.
however,
Literally creepy Hey Arnold kid.
brainy, yeah. Yeah, oh my god, he's a freak. Look at him. It's like he's got Bart Simpson hair.
Yeah.
Literally makes no sense because it's like a bald head, but it's in spikes, you know?
Yeah. I'm glad this emotional scene sparked brain,
Yeah.
you know?
Personality freak is all it says, I hope.
Is a quiet, kind of creepy kid who stalks Helga around and often randomly shows up in least expected places when Helga's present. I always remember that.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's
He
a
just
scene
like-
with her, and then all of a sudden he
Yeah.
like, pops out of nowhere just hanging around. Like.
It's funny because she's obsessed with Arnold, and then he's obsessed with her, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, Helga, ugh. Can it, football head?
Hey, Arnold! Pew!
You're not my fella.
Well, big lie.
Yeah,
That
I
one
know, the
turned out
big
to be-
lie. Yeah.
What's funny is, in the context of the moment, both work.
Yeah.
Either way.
Yeah.
Human lover. I mean.
Yeah. Human lover. I mean, it literally sounds like you're not my mother.
Is that Cary Grant? Like,
yeah. Human lover. These dadgum Planet of Apes walking around. Like,
you imagine him in the Heston role, like, what that could have been. Like,
my response to that is, I'm all for that. I mean, you know.
Hey, Landon, join the expedition.
You maniacs. You blew it up. No, I did not steal Laura's Mercedes. What's that moment in North by Northwest? He says something. I like your flavor or something. You remember that Eva Marie saying?
Yeah. Your flavor.
I like your flavor.
Eva Marie Saint should be said is still with us.
Yep. Whoops. Heavy footsteps. Footsteps.
I love in all these movies, Maurice is literally always usually just vibing. Like,
yeah. Except for here.
He's doing a little more than that here. Whoops.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Wow. That gets it bad. Wait, can we go? Yeah, bang bang.
Yeah.
Like, I love how lazy that return fire was. It was like bang, like. Making noises over here.
Making noise over here.
Oh, God, over here.
Oh, why did I eat that fourth burrito over here?
Oh, like, why did I eat that fourth burrito? Oh.
My favorite Martian heads, no. Do it. Do it now.
Yeah. I love how told you to shut up.
Yeah. I couldn't agree with you more. Leave me no choice.
I've got a gun.
Yeah, this movie needed like Christopher Lloyd as a, yet another like crazy madcap scientist. Like,
yeah,
I was frozen today.
Yeah.
Like fighting against the apes.
Kind of like that guy that's in Day of the Dead. Is that like they call him Dr. Frankenstein or whatever?
Yeah.
Now I think he was also in the Crazies. He was like one of those random people, which leaves the Metrograph website today. If anybody wanted to know, as in the past, you've already missed it. Like I just saw that on my stories earlier.
This is a genuinely affecting moment. I feel like.
Yeah.
The times we had with Franco,
This funny they had to bring him in to film that though, for this movie,
Yeah.
And it's like, you don't want me anymore? They're like, no. What if then he just threw it down and smashed it? Just like doesn't even really mean to.
Right.
Just like bang, like just tosses it like.
And dive massage. Yeah.
And dive massage. He's always like, sorry,
don't kill me. Like.
There's no one like you. I've been made for my night with you. That's what we needed, was a scorpion instead of a song by the band. A great band should have had the Scorpions instead. It
would have been funny if that was the same moment of them genuinely
yeah,
but it was a really trashy
right.
bad song
Yeah.
like that, or
like that song. Need somebody to lean on.
Or just some Limp Bizkit or
yeah,
something.
or
"You
time
gonna
to blow this boat up.
Yeah.
The top rope pimp or whatever that song says. It's been interesting to me that first of all anybody likes Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
Second, that they've seen kind of a resurgence
Yeah.
recently because because of that documentary about Woodstock '99, and it's like, but like, they like incited riot and like more or less presided over like rape.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and this is they're old people like them again. Like, that just shows you what a morally bankrupt, evil, sinful culture we live in. Anyway,
yeah.
I mean, he talked about top rope pimp, so.
Now, I remember using it as a kid when that music was new, and I'm not. Trust me, I'm not a music scholar now. Certainly was it back then, but even at the time, as a kid, being like, this music sounds kind of dumb. Like, just be like, what is this? Like, as a kid who would have been raised on classic rock radio and contemporary country of that day, I was really just like, this just sounds like garbage. I remember thinking, but I mean, I don't know how else to say it. It's WWF/E music,
He's alive. Well, there's some whole thing here about contact they make eventually or something.
Mm-hmm.
That guy in the background. It's like, I'm insane. Like, what if this was the same movie, but Stephen King played the Gary Oldman role?
Oh, that'd be interesting, yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Do we know what Stephen King thinks of the Ape-averse? Like,
I'm sure he would like it.
I figured he would.
I would think. I don't really know. I've never heard him say anything about it. I'm just gonna type that into Google.
Reply at him.
Yeah.
Like, yo, at Stephen King, what you think of Planet of the Apes? He's like, they're good, I guess.
Yeah, I don't care.
So yeah, what, they got in contact with the Air Force or something? They're gonna bomb an area. Is that what it is? I can't remember.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm not seeing anything about that. So.
Hey, yeah. We just take this
about
gun.
Stephen King and Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, we just take this gun. Yeah.
Like, he kind of thought about it. God, except Tim Heidecker.
Yeah.
What if Tim Heidecker was a villain in one of these?
Yeah.
That'd be funny. He's like, what the F? I love that, like, kind of, it's like so obvious that it's acting moment, that moment in movies where people are kind of halfway looking up and then they go, oh, like, it's like a real, like, fake kind of moment. Yeah.
He's up there right now.
You know who. You dig?
This might sound like a really random thing to say. I don't know if Gary Oldman got enough credit for how great his Commissioner Gordon was.
Yeah, I know.
In the Nolan movies.
I agree.
I
mean, he didn't have a friend like I did.
Friend like I did.
That was the original 1.5 speed moment that ever happened.
Yeah.
You know, a friend like I did.
But a great Commissioner Gordon.
It's funny because when you hear it in the moment, it's like, hope you had a friend like I did. And I mean, in the
I can't believe that guy was Sid Vicious before.
Yeah,
you know, like,
which is maybe his best performance.
It's way up there.
That or like,
obnoxious Leninist.
Yeah, or as Harvey
Milk.
Harvey Oswald.
Yeah. And JFK.
Yeah. What do you think of him in True Romance?
He's certainly memorable.
Yeah. Apes are Sparta. Like, you know.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there's just that whole run of '90s movies. He was just like in so many villain roles. Is like that. Air Force One. Lost in Space. I remember.
Yeah.
it turns out it's crazy that he played Lee Harvey Oswald and he's not the villain of JFK, oddly enough.
Yeah.
But here we go.
The big moment. Oh my God.
You're talking about movies that are utterly forgotten about in every way was that 90s Lost in Space movie.
Yeah.
Which I always remember from the Batman and Robin VHS intro. Yep, here we go, the big showdown. The slobber knocker to end all slobber knockers. A fair question, I think, you know.
That's one of his greatest moments in movies.
That, along with how insane he is here.
Yeah.
You stood on my shoulders.
Well, yeah, now I'm standing on your neck. Like a 5-year-old.
What was the name of that movie again?
Paranoia, I think, or something like that.
That whole era of trailers like that.
But yeah, I was
looking.
That so there is like some group of army that's coming to fight them, I guess.
Yeah.
But that the next movie's like 2 years later, so I don't know if that's the same group or not.
Yeah.
I would think that the whole group would just be against Koba at this point, but
yeah,
I don't know.
But you know, like after the way things have gone recently for them, sometimes it's the loudest voice in the room.
No, I know, but it's like at this point, if you don't have faith in either, if you don't have faith in Caesar, kill both of them, and then elect somebody. You know, I don't know, like it's just like whatever. I know that's the way it goes, but whoops. Never break the chain. What a dumb song. If you're a fan of that song,
it is
and you're listening to this, fine. I don't like it.
Very smartly, this climax is like human against human, ape against ape.
Yeah. Yeah. You were crazy. The music, like. Well, that's the end of that.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to a true believer.
Yeah.
A humanist, if there ever was one, you know.
Yeah.
This ain't turned out good for anybody. Koba screaming. Yeah.
Among all the rest. Like.
Yeah. Now it's almost daylight.
Yeah.
That's a good sign of something. I don't know.
Of yet another day.
I'm gonna hide, like.
Out of my hidey hole. Wow. Like no helping out. Just give me the gun. Yeah, this will help out in the upcoming election, I guess. You
Yeah,
know, just
right.
They're geared, you know, looking for votes. I kill you.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell would have been a good
villain in one of
human character in these. I'm sick of this monkey stuff or something.
Yeah. Sick of this monkey crap.
In the mid to late 80s, if they would have rebooted this at that time, John Carpenter would have been a good person for this. His They Live era.
You ever seen the trailer for They Live?
I don't think I have.
Where it's just a bunch of times just going they like over and over. Like we'll watch it here in a little bit.
Maybe we'll do it on the mic. Who knows?
Yeah, but I'll take you with me. Like. I'll take you with me. Watch his screaming goodbye.
His goodbye message.
Well, that was definitive.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, if you hear him go, ah!
Yeah.
One last time. So this gobbledygook of a set here.
Yeah. So Rocket didn't die. Sorry, Rocket. I killed you off prematurely.
Please, if you're a part of the Rocket fandom, like, do not come for us. Like, we come in peace. I mean,
something I've been wanting to say about these movies I haven't said yet. I won't say where this happened because I actually like these. It's not people I really know actually all that well, but I know who they are and have been around. There's certain establishment somewhere, and I was walking in one day and they were watching these movies. One day I went in one day and came in the next day. I happened to in consecutive days, and the first day they were watching this, and the next day they were watching War, and I was kind of walking around in there looking around. And I heard them explaining what was going on in the movie to somebody, and I was kind of standing there thinking, is this how I sound to people watching it? And just thinking it was so absurd.
Yeah.
Like, oh, well, Koba did this, and Koba did, and I was just like, oh my God, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the
like,
absurdity of it.
Yeah,
really,
it's like, I'm just like, I really realized that, like.
Real begun the Clone War has vibe.
Yeah. Actually, the guy who started the war was a human, so you know.
Well, you see, Adam and Eve. All right, let's go back to that. You know, they were told, don't eat from this one tree, and then they had to go and screw all that up, and here we are. And then here we are.
Yeah,
you know, like, one thing follows the other.
Oh well.
It is good that I guess they come to a mutual respect and like, well, I know you're good and I know you're good, but overall, it's not going to work out between our peoples.
Yeah. Sorry. What if he just crushed his skull for no reason?
I do like
at
that,
this point.
Yeah. Headbutt him.
Yeah.
That, you know, Jason Clarke lives in the good man tradition of the first movie that James Franco once occupied. You know,
right.
So.
There aren't any of those in the next movie, so
no. There's that one girl, I guess, that's...
Yeah, but she can't even speak.
Yeah.
They're doing the whole Nova thing, because she is literally called Nova in it, so...
We will rebuild. Baby Monk still around.
That I've seen, like,
okay, if you slipped on a banana peel right here and like went down a whale, was like just needless death, embarrassing death.
And like Caesar looked back and saw that it happened and kind of laughs, like the times we've had, like basically, yeah. So.
Kind of a mirror image of the first shot, you know, it's close up on his eyes, you know, very beginning of the movie.
It's almost like we know what we're doing. Like,
Yeah.
have you heard that commercial? It's like
what's that
on
for?
so on the Weather Channel. There's this show where it's like these people digging for gold or something, and they're like, and it goes, almost like we know what we're doing. And one point in that, there's one was like, I will dig till my hands bleed. Like, it's just like, okay, like, anyway.
I'm just checking the plot summary here to see if there's any post-credit scenes. There's not, so.
We have to check nowadays.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, you never know.
Anyway, all right, I'll go ahead and pause that.
So, any new thoughts, impressions,
nope, just
ideas?
good stuff. You have any new thoughts or impressions?
Well, a question I was going to ask, I was going to save to the end, and I
Yeah.
kind of answered it for myself, actually, was I've only seen the second and third one of these once a piece.
Mm-hmm.
And in my mind, over the years, they've kind of blended together, and I don't really remember one from the other. Now, after having seen this, it's created a bigger picture for me in my head. But the question I was originally going to ask, and I think the answer to this is no now, but I'll go ahead and ask it hypothetically, is should this have been two movies, these two stories? Because that redundancy in my head of these two movies blending together would suggest no. But now, after having seen this again and separating it more in my head from the third one, I think the answer is I think there's enough to justify 2 and 3.
Well, and you could have
I guess what the question is that, you know, because this one, it does go about the kind of the last stretches of humanity being a somewhat negotiable force.
Yeah.
Then by the third one, that's not a reality anymore. But I guess, too, it's almost of, as well made as these are we not kind of treading over the same ground for the sake of it? And, you know, that the slight sense of redundancy sometimes these movies reach because of that. Because, again, they're essentially going over in like a fine-tooth comb and retracing and coloring in some of the lines that were already even drawn in 3, 4, and 5 of the original
and the only
series.
thing I can say to that is, I agree. I mean, because we'll preview the next one in a minute, what I actually am over the years been thinking more about that, but that with 4 and 5 of the original ones, it's like, I mean, did we need battle really?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's a question to ask.
The answer,
yeah.
I would say maybe not, but I'm
Yeah.
saying that's a good, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. I mean, but
Yeah.
I guess we can preview the next movie now.
Yeah, so it's hard to believe. Next week will be our last until they make more.
Yeah, which we will be doing.
Yeah.
So we're gonna
add on to it.
Right, but
War for the Planet of the Apes, 2017. Now again, as we've said, Woody Harrelson, he's kind of the villain of the next one.
Yeah,
clear-cut villain. Especially even more so than Gary Oldman, because even after having seen this again, Gary Oldman really, to me, I mean, he was taking some things into his own hands, but ultimately he was trying to defend humanity the best he saw fit.
Yeah.
What are some thoughts you have heading into the last installment of not only this trilogy, but this franchise as of yet?
I think that I'll say this about it. You know, I'll start with a negative first. I've been wondering, now when I saw it in the theater at the time and kind of up until recently, I've thought, oh, that's a little better than this one.
Mm-hmm.
Now I wonder if this one might be a little better than that one.
Yeah.
But they're both pretty close. But because
the first one still remains a clear.
Oh well, yeah, no, it's the best one. Yes,
I'm saying the first movie.
Oh yeah, no,
of this remains the solid third choice,
right.
Even though it's good. I mean, you know,
yeah, but that with I lost my train of thought, but yeah, well, hang on, let me fish for it. Oh, just that with that one, it's a little overlong war.
Yeah.
And it just kind of, and I don't use this lightly with this, it feels a little pretentious, because it's sort of the same movie, but it's like in a little bit of different locales. They travel around a lot more. It's trying to be Apocalypse Now, sort of, with the whole Kurt stuff and Harrelson. It does have great battle scenes, and so in that sense, it's a minor improvement on this one. But so and you're right. It's a question of, doesn't he need to exist? I think so, though. Like you said, because I do feel that there is, since Harrelson in the next movie kills the older son,
right?
And that most of the movie's a revenge movie, ultimately, of him going to get revenge on Harrelson Caesar. But, so in that sense, I think it is kind of necessary that...
It justifies itself enough.
It's like, that, okay, we're seeing that the point where, no, actually, Caesar is saying, no, we need to destroy the humans because they have no soul, essentially, is what he's thinking.
Well, I think you could even say that, like, Jason Clarke and Kerry Russell's characters and his son represents the last of an articulate, negotiable human.
Yes.
And that the only humans that are going to be left are those either inarticulate or that only see a fight for survival as their only path forward, I guess.
So, in that sense, I feel like more than battle, it really is the real battle for the planet. Like, that is the final, like, this is it. So in that sense, I think it isn't anticlimactic. I mean, it feels like it is very much like, okay, this is the final battle here. But it is a movie that it's weird because it's even more technically impressive than this, and there are a lot of money went into it, and it's just a really big movie. But I am wondering if this one might be just a tad bit better, maybe.
Yeah.
But we'll see. That'll be something to revisit. Yeah. But anyway, I'm excited to rewatch that one and excited to be done.
Conclude this.
Yes, so, I mean, yeah.
So we're almost there. But again, for no real reason.
I'm pretty sure I'm right about this trailer.
We're just going to watch the They Live trailer from, of course, 1988.
But we have to see a Reminiscence trailer first. Where is she?
Yeah. This little Studio Canal stinger at the front. Carol Co.
Cattle car. Like, what?
What do these things want, and why are they here? You still don't get it, do you, boy? They have recruited the rich and the powerful. They're running the whole show.
Excuse me.
They're all about you, all around you.
You think we'll get flagged for this trailer somehow?
I've never seen this.
Yeah. I don't know why I remember it, but I guess because it's so weird. It's like...
Now we start spilling some blood. Let's go! I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick.
Like, really?
What do you think of Roddy Piper's performance in that movie, by the way? I know some people think it's good,
I mean,
some people think it's bad.
It's a wrestler performance.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all right. It's what it needs to be.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's like a great performance, but it's good, I think.
It's what the movie calls for, yeah.
Anyway, there you go.
I can see somebody kind of...
Larry Franco, oh my God.
In their head, like, forgetting the full name, and they but they remember they. And so they go to, like, all right, what would you like to see? Like, they...
And they're like, huh? So, I forgot. Since we saw that Reminiscence thing, I wanted to remind myself. I forgot to say this earlier. I talked about this last time, I think, on air. Pretty sure.
Oh.
In the trailer for that movie, there's a moment where he's pointing a gun at somebody and you don't see their face, and he screams, "Where is she?"
Yes.
And I was like, oh, that's probably him pointing the gun at himself. Some, like, time warp thing is going on.
Or a clone.
Yeah. And that he has her captive or something.
Yeah.
That wasn't what happened.
Well, I just want to say also that you made this prediction. There's nothing wrong with making a prediction, but then you, like, kept putting all this pressure on yourself.
Well,
while everyone else was sitting around and going, okay, yeah, maybe. And then wasn't what happened, but, you know.
Oh, well.
Spoiler alert for the fact that there aren't any clones and or...
Yeah, I won't say anything else about the spoiler of the movie, but no. That wasn't what happened. I apologize.
You want to apologize publicly for all of our fans and listeners. But
sometimes you have to go all in on something and see what happens, and if it doesn't work out, you can just shrug and say, better luck next time. So, you know.
Very true.
Oh, well.
So, that's it for this podcast. This is Kyle.
That's it. This is Levi, I guess. I mean, I don't
guess?
know. Yeah, I don't know. You know.
Yeah. Okay, take care. God bless.
That's it, I'm done.